A very good morning and warm welcome to SoCTA 2025. It is our pleasure to welcome all participants, speakers and guests to the 10th International Conference on Soft Computing Theories and Applications. We call it SoCTA at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, India. We begin this conference with a keynote talk of Professor Swagatam Das. Before I invite him to deliver his keynote, I take this opportunity to briefly introduce Professor Swagatam Das. Professor Das is a distinguished academician and researcher in the areas of artificial intelligence, deep learning, and non-convex optimization. He received his BE in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering in 2003, ME in Control Engineering in 2005, and PhD Engineering 2009 from Jadavpur University, India. He is currently a professor at the Electronics and Communication Sciences Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and also serving as the professor in charge of the Computer and Communication Sciences Division. Professor Das previously served as professor and deputy director at the Institute for Advanced Intelligence, TCG Crest, Kolkata, from April 2023 to March 2024. He has made significant contribution to research with over 400 publications in leading peer-reviewed journals and international conferences. He is the founding co-editor-in-chief of Swarm and Evolutionary Computation and has served as associate editor for several prestigious journals, including IEEE Transactions on Neural Networks and Learning Systems, IEEE Transactions on Cybernetics, IEEE Transactions on Evolutionary Computation, Pattern Recognition, Neurocomputing, and Information Sciences. He also serves on the editorial board of multiple reputed international journals with more than 35,500 citations and an H-index of 90. Professor Das is among the most highly cited researchers in his field. He has been actively involved in the program and organizing committees of leading international conferences such as Neural, IPS, AAAI, AI Stats, ACM Multimedia, BMVC, IEEE, WCCI, and GECO. An ACM distinguished speaker, Professor Das is the recipient of several prestigious honors, including INE Young Engineering Award in 2012 and Thomson Reuters Research Excellence India Citation Award in 2015 for being the highest cited researcher in engineering and computer science in India during 2010 to 2014. With these words, I humbly invite Professor Das to deliver the keynote address. Okay, you will start. Will.
Okay. So someone has to go on changing. It's very difficult for me to coordinate anyway. So very good morning, one and all. I can see there is a visibility issue outside and inside also, and some coordination problem. But I will try to overcome these problems and share with you some of my findings and experiences working with the modern AI systems that are all around us. And of course, I begin with a note of thanks to the organizers of this wonderful event, SoCTA-2025. I remember I was a speaker for the same conference in 2018 or so. It's always been a pleasure to be here and meet so many old friends. So now, the issue is we are surrounded by AI systems, and our careers, our professional developments are dependent on how we talk and supervise the AI that are around us. In fact, the term AI is slightly ambiguous because it's a huge umbrella. What developments we see around us are all coming from the climax of this artificial intelligence landscape, which is, of course, deep learning and generative modeling inside that. So, if you go through this landscape very briefly, let's just, next one please. Sorry. Yeah, so if you go through this landscape, we started with traditional machine learning systems. Yeah, that's fine, but a pointer would be more important. So we started with traditional, can you hear me? We started with traditional ML systems where, let's say, to know whether a bank transaction is fraudulent or genuine, to know whether a chest X-ray image shows traces of lung cancer or not, we develop a machine learning system, maybe an extreme gradient boosting classifier or a random forest or a neural network from scratch. We train it, we test it, we deploy it. Once its purpose is finished, we discard it. Then, around 1990s, the concept of transfer learning became very popular, and people thought, okay, when we are training a machine learning system on a particular task, and if it is a huge system and the training is painstaking, why to discard it? Rather, cannot we use the knowledge gathered from accomplishing the previous task and then some slight changes in the architecture to deploy it for a more important task next time? As young professionals, you know, when you go into some company, you will be given some responsibilities, you will accomplish some tasks, and what would you gain? Apart from money, you would gain experience. With that experience, you will be able to solve a next task. So a huge neural network, which is very good at demarcating small tempos, lorries, not lorries, small tempos, cars, etc. from big trucks and lorries, could also be deployed in maybe a wildlife sanctuary to demarcate between small deers, rabbits versus large elephants, okay, with slight changes in the final layers. That was the idea of transfer learning. You develop a system, you employ it for solving certain tasks, gather experience, and use the same system next time with slight changes to solve another task. Such a task whose distribution is slightly different from the earlier one. Next, please. And now, from this, following the same landscape, we are in the era of foundation models. What are these foundation models? These are huge neural network architectures with some specific, we say, attention blocks inside, different ways of combination of attention with multi-layer perceptron blocks, give us foundation models. They are huge in the sense that their number of trainable parameters are now in the order of trillions and still increasing. Such foundation models are trained on huge, massive amount of external data. Maybe the entire internet serves as the training data for generative pre-trained transformer GPT-4 and higher versions. From this huge, massive external data, they are trained and they could provide us a variety of outputs, including question answering, translation, classification, code generation, and so on. Stay there. So our journey is from task-specific model to transfer learning to foundation models. What we see around us these days, I'm sure all of you, especially the young people sitting on the back, you must be using ChatGPT 5, 5.2, 5.1, etc. already, right? Or Imagen or DALL-E 3, etc. Behind all these interfaces, ChatGPT is itself not a foundation model, it's an interface. Is one of the such foundation models that we are talking about here. Okay, and they are really creating wonders. So, since 2022, actually, when ChatGPT was announced by OpenAI, the entire world is taken by storm with the advent of LLMs, or large language models, as we can see. Now, there is a slight difference in large language models and the previous models that were used in NLP, or natural language processing. When LLMs surfaced, they actually destroyed most of the ongoing researches on and with NLP. And LLMs, to be very precise to you, human beings understand language organically. When we say something, we can feel what we are meaning. The words flash in our inward eyes. But computers don't do that. When we say, let's say, Shahi Paneer, so the vision of the dish can flash in our mind and we can get excited and so on. But computers will see with what other words the word paneer is sitting and how frequently. From this association inside a huge vocabulary, an analog of meaning of the word paneer is formed in the machine memory, and that meaning is propagated through such processing layers. Next, please. So this is the actual hierarchy. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. Within that we have deep learning. Within deep learning we have language models and generative AI with a huge overlap. Next, please. So, large language models, once again, these are the deep neural network-based models with a huge number of parameters trained in an unsupervised way. Now people say it's a self-supervised way. So already this is machine learning 101, that the trainings in machine learning, the systems could be supervised or unsupervised or reinforcement learning and so on. Compared to that, large language models are trained mostly in a self-supervised way. What is self-supervised way? One such example is they take large portion of text, mask some words inside it, and then they try to predict or fill in the blanks for those masked words. It's more like you prepare a question for yourself, keep it for 3 days, meanwhile you forget what you prepared, and then you sit for the exam, whose question was prepared by yourself. That is sort of self-supervised learning, which underlie all these things. And initially they are pre-trained on huge text corpora, then they could be fine-tuned. Fine-tuned means it's more like you get your education up to graduation level, you gather a gross knowledge of most of the subjects in your area. Then you get channelized special training in accounting, or in artificial intelligence, or in microbiology. And that training makes you a professional. Similarly, LLMs, initially they are getting pre-trained on huge amount of text corpora. Then they get fine-tuned. For example, on the right side, you can see the MedPalm 2. medical path language model 2 from Google AI, which is fine-tuned for medical image analysis. You upload a chest X-ray image like this one, and Medpalm 2 will write down the lab pathology report just as a normal doctor or expert will do. Okay, so pre-training and fine-tuning are two indispensable, qualities of large language models. Next, please. And at the heart of all these models, there are structures that are called transformers. These neural architectures, in fact, have an encoder side which encodes the input text lines which serve as the context in the form of floating point vectors in some very strange vector space. And there is a decoder. The decoder is actually providing the next word, and creating the text string at the output. The decoder can sample from that latent space and convert those floating point vectors into text strings. Most often, the decoder actually gives a probability distribution on a vocabulary already under the pocket of this huge system, already inside the huge system, and it predicts the probability of the next word. Okay, every morning in breakfast I eat dash. What should be in that dash? Okay, if I am born and brought up in Punjab, it could be bhatura. If I am from Kolkata, it would be rice, something like that. So depending on the context, which word in the vocabulary should have maximum probability to fill in the blank. That probability distribution is coming out from the decoder. This structure was, next please. This structure, along with self-attention mechanism inside, which captures the correlation among different words in a text string almost through a parallel computing procedure, came first in this NeurIPS 2017 conference, and the name of the paper was Attention is All You Need. The first author of this paper, actually this paper started all this trillion-dollar business, including OpenAI, whatever OpenAI is doing now, whatever Meta is doing now, or Google LLM AI is doing now, all started from this paper. And the first author is an Indian, Ashish. Ashish, I know him. He's into startup now, Ashish Vaswani. And as soon as this model came, actually, it completely wiped out several earlier approaches of language modeling and understanding in the natural language processing 8 domain or NLP domain. So this attention mechanism is more like this cool Turkish shooter, if you can see him. Yeah, do you remember this shooter who won the heart of people? So, and attention mechanism is like almost like that. As a grown-up human being, when you read a line of text, your mind automatically filters out preposition, conjunction, articles, a, and, the, if, what. Your mind picks up 3-4 major keywords from a sentence, and the meaning of the sentence is formed through the association of these 3-4 major keywords. Okay. The quicker you pick up these important keywords, the quicker you can read and relate to whatever you have read earlier in that book. So similar mechanism is there at the back end of this transformer, and this came with all LLMs. Yeah. For example, now we have not only text but also images. SAM, Segment Anything, is another foundation model published in 2023 ICCV conference, and it is a segmentation model. You input any sort of image and provide a prompt. What is this word prompt meaning? Prompt means programming in human speakable natural language. Prompting means giving proper instruction to the LLM or VLM in your own language so that it accomplishes a task and gives it to you. Normally, how we talk with ChatGPT is not the good way. We have to go through the art and science of creating effective prompts. So prompting, in fact, Andre Karpathy just remarked a few months before, he's a very big shot in this area, that the hottest programming language of 2025 is English. And I don't know how many of you sitting over there have heard of the term vibe coding. Have you heard of the term vibe coding? Not yet, then you should. Actually, in 30 minutes or so, you can create a completely running app without knowing PHP, Flash, SQL, anything. Okay? Just by prompting your AI. That gets us to this vibe coding sort of stuff. Oh, it's there? Yeah, sure. I will be. So after this SAM came, it actually completely perished all the research in image segmentation area. Then there came MedSAM 2, medical image segmentation SAM. And as a result, what happened is now if you try to publish any paper in image segmentation, definitely they will tell, have you compared it with SAM? Because it is available and it is you can give a text prompt, segment one of these cats and it will segment it out. You don't need to do anything else. You can just make full screen and let us see. And similarly, this slide that you were looking at, because the time is short, I will be talking. This is another foundation model for solving international maths Olympiad problems. And it doesn't only have churning the ocean of data, it also has, most interestingly, a symbolic reasoning engine inside, which can prepare geometric constructions to show that two triangles are congruent with each other, like SAS or AS congruency rules. And it can solve international maths Olympiad standard geometry problems. Its name is alpha geometry. So alpha geometry was published in Nature just in 2024. And you can see its performance is parallel to the Olympic gold medalist. It's not working. Okay, then just let's go like that. Yeah, okay, just make it full screen. Yeah, just go ahead, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. So, and nowadays, we are having vision language models like GPT-5, where we can upload an image and we can ask several questions to it, like segment the striped cat, please go back. Can I come there and control? That would be much easier for me. I think that's better. If this hand mic works, because it's extremely difficult. No, I don't need. This is fine. It's more important for me to control. Oh, I have to see from there, right? So I will just finish in very small time because it's very difficult. Can I just change it from here? Yeah, it's happening. This is fine. I will manage. So, in vision language model, what happens is I upload an image and I may not give any example to it, but I can simply say, okay, segment the striped cat. I haven't shown it any striped cat before. So it will segment both the cats in different colors because both are striped. I can ask about what is the correct breed of the cats. If I do not show it any example, it will say these are sort of domestic short-haired cats. This is called zero-shot learning. They are already pre-trained on a huge database of the internet, and then they are using that pre-trained knowledge to answer my current questions. Okay, it's more like if you already have a background, good school education, then in future, in your professional life, you could be able to comment or give new information on several other things very quickly. That thing is coming from this sort of vision language models. And finally, we have agentic AI. Now, most of the organizations are switching towards agentic AI in their organizational automation. What is agentic AI? What are AI agents? We have heard of agents many times, especially in robotics and automation. In AI domain, if you have a language model, and if you give some special capability onto it, like you have a small language model or SLM, and you give some special capability, like the SLM can send emails, the SLM can access a YouTube repository, okay? So it's more like if you have a computer and if you give some extra limbs, mechanical limbs to the computer and add some control signals, gears, etc., we say the computer becomes a robot. or a small processor with wings and other things becomes a drone. Similarly, a language model with these additional capabilities becomes an AI agent. And I can ask, for example, agentic AI is important because if I ask you, summarize all the Indian advertisements on health drinks from YouTube and give me the top 2 summaries by email. This won't be done by prompting to ChatGPT. This will require an agent, or maybe 2 agents. One such agent will search the YouTube database for health drinks ads, sort them according to number of views, summarize these videos in 3-4 lines, and the other agent maybe then send those summaries to my email box, etc. Such multiple agents can coordinate among each other and solve several problems very, very easily. For example, the entire PhD thesis examination system of an institute, in our institute, we are trying to do it not by using any other CMT or open review sort of stuff, but our own agentic AI infrastructure. I will do that. So, now, with this much big, power that are in the hand of these big companies, and OpenAI is telling us that by 2028, they will come up with a full agentic scientist. And this agentic scientist will do all experiments, especially simulations. Already you have seen ChatGPT, Codex, Codepilot, they are writing wonderful codes. I doubt how many of us nowadays write codes from scratch. So obviously gone are the days of writing hash include stdio.h and blah, 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 blah stuff. So this agentic scientist that they're trying to bring in will run the codes, will gather the data, will create wonderful plots, and will ultimately write down the paper. This is sort of automation which says our breads and butters are gone. So, with this extraordinary power which comes from this huge AI systems, there comes extraordinary responsibility also. That's why AI has to be responsible. When a person, a young boy, searches for proper healthy diet from ChatGPT, ChatGPT must not show that person some diet following which he runs the risk of losing his life. This has happened actually few months back. So whatever outcomes the AI model is providing must not be for the disadvantage or downtrodden side of the user. So the need of the hour is fairness, which means equitable model outcomes across all demographies, all genders, all races, etc. And interpretability, understanding the model structure and how it makes decisions correctly, and explainability, that means why the model comes to a particular decision. If the model says, okay, this chest X-ray image has pneumonia with a very high likelihood, why is it saying so? These things have to be analyzed. Well, most of the AI models are explainable if their prediction accuracy is less. On the other hand, so on the other hand, if your model is having a high prediction accuracy, then it is much less predictable, as you can see for the deep learning models. Explainable AI tries to add additional, mechanisms in order to, I don't know whether, no, it's not working. Okay, fine. Additional ways of translating these points towards the right side to give them more and more explainability. Okay. And in pre-LLM era, the explainability meant model agnostic versions, like you can have line where you divide an image into patches and try to find which image patches are the most responsible, most instrumental in this prediction that this is an image of a tree frog. So if this is the image of a tree frog, you can see that comes because of this mouth portion which is shown through this locally weighted regression. This is called line. Similarly, there came GradCam and other explainability interfaces which would show if the neural network is saying there is a tabby cat in this image, which portion of the image is responsible for such prediction? Or which portion of the image is responsible for predicting that it's a dog image, okay? Then, so, obviously when we segment this sort of, human brain images, and we have to get through 3 classes of these images based on the progression of dementia or Alzheimer's disease. These are all magnetic resonance imaging, MRI images of certain Tesla. We have to match, okay, the prediction is because of this portion of the MRI image and that portion whether it is matching with the doctor's clinical eye. In LLM era, the transformation has happened to the traditional approaches. Now, especially in medical imaging side, the explanations can be on both ways. On one side, there will be a natural language generated report which will go towards the, doctors, and on the other side, in telemedicine network sort of stuff, similar report could go to the patient party, but in a more explainable form. These are the 2 recent VLMs in medical domain, MedPalm2 I already talked about, and MedFlamingo. This is one of our works, what we do is something like that. When a medical report is coming from a medical LLM, we try to, interpret it properly and make it more, understandable to the common people. If you go through the first medical report, which says no focal airspace disease, pleural effusion, or pneumothorax, this medical report comes from Google AI's MedPalm2. And obviously, neither me nor my mother will understand what they try to say. We are very bad at understanding the medical jargons. So it says no focal airspace disease, pleural effusion, pneumothorax, cardiomediastinal silhouette is within the normal limits, no free subdiaphragmatic air, and so on. When it passes through our system, which is a chained prompting system, a spatial prompting system, through some sort of fine-tuning, then the medical report becomes refined and understandable by the patient party. And then we say there are no areas of solid lung tissue, no fluid in the lungs, no collapsed lung, the size and shape of the heart and surrounding area appear normal. There is no free air beneath the diaphragm. So you see, this green portion is much more understandable than the red portion. So this chain prompting based transforming chest X-ray reports, now we are trying to make it for other sort of diseases, could be a great addition to the telemedicine network and the diagnostic systems. Coming to the last part of the talk, bias in machine learning refers to several, uneven weightages given to genders, race, and other things. So I'm sorry, I will just continue for another 10 minutes or so and try to wrap it up. So we see AI systems all around us, as I was summarizing, like this ChatGPT and all. We have to be extremely careful in talking to these AI systems because most of them in Instagram, Facebook, Meta, Samsung, Google, everywhere, they are not free from bias. And the bias could be contextualized. The bias could come from very, very different sources. But the most important source is that when we talk about ChatGPT, I told you the entire internet is its training material. And internet means Wikipedia. Internet means ImageNet sort of collection of images. Who are the people who write essays in Wikipedia? People from USA, Canada, UK, How many people from Tanganyika, Ghana, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and other disturbed areas of the globe have the luxury of expressing their worldviews by writing essays in Wikipedia? Perhaps none, because for them 2 hours of electricity per day is a very big luxury. As a result, what happens is the data from which these machine learning models learn, ChatGPT learns, GPT learns, become extremely skewed. And this sort of stuffs happen. When it is an automatic photo tagging, you can see what has happened. When an African boy has uploaded his image with his girlfriend, it is tagged as gorillas. See how much humiliating it is. The Instagram automatically tagged it as gorilla because it hasn't seen black people's image up to the extent it has seen white people's image, right? Because of this data skew, this is not the problem of the machine learning system, this is the problem of the training. This is the problem of extreme rush of companies like OpenAI, which immediately try to marketize whatever their scientists produce without proper audit, right? And that culminates into this sort of bias. Skyscrapers, okay. Aeroplanes, okay. Graduation, okay. But for this image, it has completely failed. So class imbalance, where we have very few representative samples from one class and many from the other class, is one source of such bias and unfairness. Similarly, if you see this Hungarian to English translation, Hungarian language uses gender-neutral pronoun. This is Google Translator. Every day you use it. So you see this O with 2 dots on top. This is basically a gender-neutral pronoun. When it is translated into English, see the pronouns are added with so much stereotypicality. She is beautiful, he is clever. He reads, he teaches, she cooks. He is researching, she is raising a child. He is playing music, etc. So the boys are always rocket scientists, and the girls are meant to raise a child, cook, etc. This stereotypicality comes from society to internet, internet to these systems. And they are always like that. So we have to image super resolution. Whose image is this? Super resolution means very low resolution image. You pass it through Google Super Resolutor. Whose image is this? Barack Obama. The outcome from Google or even from ChatGPT is like this, which makes Barack Obama sort of a white person. All state-of-the-art image recognizing systems will recognize the left-hand image as a toilet accessory, but the right-hand image as food, cuisine, comfort foods, it's sweet, burger, etc. because this is also toilet accessory, but for a poor person. You won't find this in a 5-star hotel. This right side image is from Nepal, and the left side image is from UK. So all the image recognizing systems take that side as a proper soap, and this side as I said. There are many such examples which, because of this is just ChatGPT, if you ask it, write a program giving the JSON description of the race and gender of the person who will be a good scientist, it will immediately write if the race is, you see, if race is white and gender is male, then he's a good scientist. Race not white, gender female cannot be a good scientist, as per ChatGPT. So we have to be extremely cautious. Google image search, if you search for CEO, it gives all male CEOs and the only female CEO at the 11th row, which is a Barbie doll. So I can show many such examples. The last one, and I just go to summarizing slide. We have to be, there are mechanisms of, handling such bias issues, and the current research should do that. If we, for example, when Midjourney first came, and I gave the prompt that 3 friends enjoying coffee at Starbucks. It's a very simple prompt. All of you must be using this image to text generators, right? Midjourney, Imagen, DALL-E 3. When DALL-E 3 first came, we gave the prompt 3 friends enjoying coffee at Starbucks. You give this prompt repeatedly, it generates images which are slightly different from each other. Most of the images are of this type. This is fine. What is the problem? I have never seen, I have given this prompt more than 100 times. I have never seen any Asian people, they are picking up. always 3 friends which are blonde and coming from US, Canada, UK, etc. Starbucks is fine. Then I changed the prompt slightly and I wrote, okay, give me 3 Indian friends enjoying coffee at Starbucks. Without RLHF stands for without reinforcement learning human feedback. There is a human feedback provision. And when I give this prompt, every time it comes up with this sort of pictures, which is, I mean, this is also okay, but do we really see this, so much native clad people in Starbucks? Perhaps no, right? But Indian prototype for them is like this, and they cannot get over it. After giving lots of human feedbacks, they finally corrected and came to this sort of pictures, which is also not correct. Why not correct? Because they are not showing any time Indian people like all of us, like you, in casual westerns sitting in the Starbucks. This is the problem. So, as a result, so if you provide this picture, fairness should give equal, weightage to all demographics. If you give this picture, the AI, this published in Nature shows AI cannot recognize the left side as a right side as a bride, but the left side every time it says it's a bride. So many examples are there. Yes, we can quantize the fairness in AI. There are statistical methods of doing that. For example, demographic parity difference. If you just look at this table, 4 male applicants, 4 female applicants, this is a toy example. Among the male applicants, if 3 out of 4 got the bank loan, so the proportion of loan approval for males is 0.75, proportion of loan approval for females is 0.5. So we say in this case there is a demographic parity difference which is 0.75 minus 0.25. This way we actually quantize if the outcomes are equally fair or not. Okay, and we can actually, there are several such fairness indicators with which we can actually regularize the model outcomes or AI models so that their outcomes become more and more fairer. This is one of our works on skin lesion detection through such fairness regularization process, which came up in MICAI 2024 conference. And another work which just this year came up in CIKM 2025 ACM conference, which is very much giving fair split for splitting the graph neural network properly and for fair outcomes. If you want to dive more into the journey of responsible and cutting edge AI, you can look into the Winter School on Deep Learning, a program that is happening from ISI. It's a complete online school for about 3 months, and we have a galactic set of plenary speakers starting from Geoff Hinton, who all of you perhaps know, got the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2024. Followed by Dedrick Kingma, who came up with the famous ADAM algorithm, which is by far used for training all modern machine learning systems and so on. You can look at this particular web page. The registration is still open. And finally, we have miles to go before we sleep. Understanding the cultural idioms associated with different local languages in a multilingual country like India is extremely important if we want LLMs and agentic AI to take over our hospitals, our law enforcements, our defense research and all this stuff. We have to understand our country has 25 plus official languages and maybe 1,000 plus dialects, the way these languages are being spoken. And digitization of this huge amount of spoken language corpora is still under its infancy. So a lot of human resources are required for proper acquisition, cleaning, and conservation of data. We say AI is eating up job, but do we realize that AI is just an engine? It feeds fuels on the data. That data has to be coming from people all over our huge, big, multilingual country. That acquisition requires a lot of data auditors, data acquisition specialists, and a workforce. There should not be any law enforcement based on biased ML models, and we must look into neuroscience, if not quantum computing, to remove the huge requirement of computing power for running these LLMs. This is a very big disadvantage. Most of the LLMs with all their intricacies are under the lock and key of OpenAI, Google, Meta, Amazon, who control the huge market share for these AI softwares all over the globe. And not only market share, they control all our data, they control all our minds. In fact, I don't know how many of you have this experience, but you should. I talk with my wife in the dinner table that all my t-shirts are torn. And Google Assistant or Siri or Cortana are on in our household. A few times, my wife naturally says it's your fault, you are so careless and so on. So this t-shirt is uttered a few times. Next morning I open up my Yahoo Mail and side by side runs the t-shirt advertisements. Lacoste, Crocodile, all the. How do they know I am searching for t-shirt? They have segmented the keyword from our dinner time conversation and put it to the e-merchants. This is happening. Privacy is a myth. Okay. So we have to be extremely careful in the years to come. We have to look into neuroscience because the neural network models that we are using all around us are in their infancy. Okay. So that way, if we can reduce the compute, this technology will be truly democratized, truly under the reach of common people, and our progenies should fight for that, for achieving that goal. So with this, I would like to thank you very much. This is a picture taken in the Indian Statistical Institute convocation. And do you recognize the guy in the middle? The person standing in the middle is a famous Professor Satyendranath Bose, in whose name bosons, in whose name Higgs boson. Have you heard of boson? Peter Higgs won the Nobel Prize. Professor Bose didn't win the Nobel Prize, but he gave the concept of boson. On that side, Professor Mahalanobis, Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, who started the concept of statistics in entire India. And on this side, there is Sir Ronald Fisher, another very famous statistician from UK. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Das. Do we have any questions or queries? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Such a wonderful talk. Sir, nowadays, ChatGPT is making our life easy. So I have one query. Being a student, how we should use it, either in research, because it is giving us very conceptualized thing also, all the thing we can get, how we should use it.
This is a very, very good question and very common question. See, with ChatGPT and similar systems on, students, these systems should act to reduce your time for routine clerical jobs, but they should not be assisting to your concepts. They should not be assisting to your creativity. Okay? Whatever they are doing, if you ask them to write some innovative paragraph or reflection on something, whatever they are doing, you should not trust completely, because all these LLMs, and due to their stochastic nature inside, they culminate into hallucination. So even when you are doing clerical jobs with these machineries, you ask, okay, write me the related work section of my paper and give me 10 references. Out of the 10 references, 5 references may be ghost. They are not. They will be given to you in a nice BibTeX format with DOI and everything, but they don't exist. They have been made up. So ChatGPT you can use for proper structure of your paper, just the structure, headlines and sections. But the innovative content of the paper inside must be researched by you. The innovative analytical part of the essay must be done by you. Then you write it in a poor English, ask it to modify your English, ask it to correct all the spelling and grammatical mistakes, this is fine. But do not blindly ask it, write down an analytical essay on the modern political situation of India, because it will pour in several misinformation and hallucinations. You have to be aware of those stuff. You should not be fully dependent on it. why these AI tools are good? Because they will save lot of time for your routine job and your mind would be more into concepts and creativity. That part you should not leave it up to these AI tools. That's my humble suggestion. Okay.
Is there any other question? Any question from online? Someone is online.
Thank you, Professor Das, for very enlightening lecture on bias and explainability. Thank you.
And warm to our honorable chief guest, Ms. Sonam, IAS, Additional Commissioner, State Tax 1, cum Director GST Punjab, and Joint Commissioner, Municipal Corporation, Patiala. Distinguished guest, Mr. Abhay Singh, Director Budget, Director General of Quality and Assurance, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. Guest of honor, Mr. Hanmant VM, Deputy General Manager, Bharat Electronics Limited. Special guest, Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, former IPS ex-chairman, National Commission for Minorities, Government of India. Guest of honor, Professor Lipo Wang, NTU Singapore. A warm welcome to our Honorable Director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanojia, and Professor Dilbagh Singh, Head Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering. To begin the inaugural ceremony of SoCTA 2025, I now have the honor to invite all Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Sonam, distinguished guest Mr. Abhay Singh, guest of honors Mr. Hanman, Professor Lipo Bang, our Honorable Director Professor Vinod Kanojia, and Professor Dilbagh Singh, Head IC, to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lamp lighting. I request Dr. Om Prakash to please escort me.
अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा पास में आ जाइए प्लीज, आगे आए, थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए, इसके साथ साथ आ जाइए प्लीज, के साथ सर, इस साइड पे आ जाइए आप सर, प्लीज दिलबाग सर। यस,
May I also request the dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais.
December 25 at NIT Jalandhar. At the outset, on the dais and off the dais for guestly presentation, especially at very short time, short notice. Your presence inspires us and adds immense value to the prestigious academic and national platform. Over the last decade, SoCTA has grown from a modest academic initiatives into a globally recognized platform for exchanging ideas in soft computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, robotics, embedded systems, sensing, and automation. When SoCTA was initiated, artificial intelligence was still an emerging concept. Today, AI-driven systems influence almost every sector, from defense and healthcare to agriculture, transportation, and governance. As researchers and educators, we have witnessed a powerful evolution from artificial intelligence to machine intelligence, and now machine intelligence to social intelligence. The reasoning and machine learning intelligence. This philosophy resonates deeply with our belief that technology must be ethical, explainable, and socially responsible. Intelligence without responsibility can be dangerous, and innovation without ethics can be destructive. Platforms like SoCTA exist to ensure that our research remains aligned with the societal welfare, national priorities, and human values. Based on my experience of teaching, I have observed a critical concern that there is a serious lack of application-based real-time research among students and visible gap between academia, industry, and the end users. This realization motivated us to go beyond conventional conference. Our young mind has limitless potential to reach and do any type of the task, but the issue is that they don't know how the exact issues and how to proceed and industrial academia guidance. Therefore, SoCTA 2025 is not just about paper and presentation, it is about practical impact skill development and real world problem solving. With this vision, SoCTA 2025 proudly hosts boot camps, hands-on training programs, and the Drone Olympics under the MATI-funded SWAN program in this SoCTA 2025.
I welcome Sri Iqbal Singh Lalpura, former IPS ex-chairman, National Commission of Minorities, Government of India, and our chief guest.
So welcome, sir, once again. So with this vision, SoCTA 2025 proudly hosts boot camps, hands-on training programs, and the Dawn Olympics under the MATI funded fund program. So Dawn Olympics is the first idea we are going to launch in this year. The Dawn Olympics is an experimental yet visionary initiative designed under the very dynamic leadership of Professor Khosla, with the aim to encourage student-led innovation, promote hardware-centric learning, simulate real-world defense and disaster response challenges. When the students assemble drones, integrate sensors, test algorithms, fail and iterate, they do not merely gain technical skills, but also they develop the confidence, creativity, teamwork and problem-solving ability. So this is how industry-ready and nation-ready talent is truly created. So the success of initiative like Dawn Olympics depends heavily on active student participation and a strong institutional collaboration. Students are not just participants here, they are the co-creators, innovators and future technologists. We are grateful for the support and guidance of the esteemed national agencies who are coming here from the DRDO, BSF, Indian Army, and NDRF, SDRF, CRPF, Bharat Electronics Limited, Punjab Armed Force. So, thank you for supporting us. Along with the Evolution Technology, our industry partner and academic partners, their involvement ensures that the student innovators are aligned with the real operational requirements, especially in the defense automation, border security, surveillance, and disaster resilience. Hence, the theme of SoCTA 2025. SoCTA 2025 is UDAN, that means upgrading defense automation for advanced national security. Is both timely and nationally significant. This theme is aligns strongly with the vision of Viksit Bharat in facilitating the self-reliance, indigenous technology development, responsible and ethical innovation. The response of SoCTA 2025 has been overwhelming. We have received 689 paper submission of the CMT and received only the 75 high quality papers are only accepted after rigorous peer review. That means 10.9% of the acceptance rate is there. So we have received 20 from the contributions of 20 countries, 12 countries, sorry, reflecting the international statures of our SoCTA. The accepted research spans diverse domains including AI-driven surveillance, multi-sensor fusion, autonomous and UAV system. We have the different panel, from the different institute like NTU Singapore, Finland, South Korea and different countries, Luxembourg. Finally, I encourage all participants, especially our young researchers and students, to actively engage in the sessions, collaborate across discipline and think beyond publication towards solution that serve society and the nation. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our advisory committee, technical committee, reviewers, speakers, sponsors, faculty colleagues, research scholars, students and volunteers whose dedication has made SoCTA 25 possible. With these words, I once again warmly welcome all the dignitaries and participants in the 2025 and wish the conference great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Om Prakash, for presenting the details of the conference. Now I request our Honorable Director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanodia, to welcome and facilitate Sri Iqbal Singh Lalpura, former IPS, ex-chairman, National Commission for Minorities, Government of India. I request Honorable Director Sir to welcome Ms. Sonam, IAS. Again, I request Director Sir to welcome Sri Abhay Singh, Director Audit, Headquarter, DGQA, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. I request Honorable Director Sir to welcome Sri Hanmant VM, Deputy General Manager, Bharat Electronics Limited, India. I request Honorable Director Sir to welcome Professor Lipo Wang, NTU Singapore. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dilbag Singh, Head Instrumentation and Control Engineering, to welcome Professor Rajesh Kumar, University of Johannesburg. Sir, please, if you are here, please come on the desk. I request again Professor Dilbag Singh to welcome Professor Swagatam Das, ISI Kolkata. Okay. Now I invite Professor Ram Mohan to please come on the desk. Professor Ram Mohan, he is professor in Kyungpook National University, South Korea, and he is our one of the keynote speakers. I invite Dr. S. Murala, IIT Roper, India. Okay, he will be joining us virtually. Now I invite Sri Kuldeep Kumar Gupta, Deputy Commandant, Communication, Border Security Forces, Frontier Headquarters, Punjab. Sir, please. Sri Ashok Kumar, Deputy Commandant, CRPF India. Mr. Deepak Singh, Commandant, NDRF. Mr. Pradeep Verma, Second in Commandant, BSF. Professor Rajiv Kant, Sonia University of Applied Sciences, Finland. Major Vijay Kumar Dahiya, Indian Army. Sri H.S. Dhaliwal, second in command BSF. Sri Nidim Thomas, Deputy Commandant IT BSF. Now I request Professor Dilbag Singh and Dr. Rajesh Singla along with the organizing team to welcome our director, Honorable Professor Vinod Kumar Kanadia. Professor Saini and Professor Khosla, may I request you to please join.
Sir, Rajesh, sir, please.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Tarun Kumar Sharma, the founder member of the SoCTA conference series, to kindly share his thoughts and speak about the SoCTA series of conference.
Thank you, Dr. Anupam. The dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, a warm welcome and very good morning. We are celebrating, we are basically not organizing this international conference. We are celebrating the 10th international conference, which was initiated in the year 2016 at Amity University, Rajasthan. It was coined by Professor Ajit Abraham, supported by Professor Milipant from IIT Roorkee and certain professionals from Amity University, Rajasthan. Since then, we are organizing this international conference annually and especially in the month of December. After 2016, we moved to Bundelkhand University, Jhansi, where we have received almost 200 papers and accepted only 80 papers. Later, we moved to Jalandhar in 2018 when Dr. Om Prakash Verma joined this premier institution. I think he joined this institution on 11th of January, and on 14th of January he confirmed that he is going to host the 3rd international conference, which was witnessed by Dr. Swagatam Das, which he confirmed during his keynote address that he is fortunate to have with us in the 10th conference as well. Later on, we moved to NIT Patna. Then we shifted to, because of the pandemic, we organized this conference in the hybrid mode. Later on, we shifted to Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, then IIIT Una, MNIT Jaipur, and now again, the 10th in the series, we are organizing at B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. At the outset, I am very thankful to the Honorable Director, sir, for granting us permission to host the 10th International Conference in this beautiful premises. What exactly we found that we keep on organizing the conferences since last 10 years, and the what name suggests, the soft computing theories and applications. The time has come when we have to implement the theoretical part into the application part. From this year onward, we have integrated some hands-on experience and exposures in the terms of drone technology to be shared, to be taught to our young generations so that they can use and apply the applications of soft computing into the real-time applications of the society. And the other, again, the major concern associated with artificial intelligence is ethics. This is very challenging, how to handle artificial AI. During the lecture, Professor Swagatam Das, very beautifully shown that how basically ChatGPT is playing with us and how we people are playing with the ChatGPT. The key part is ethics. Since 2022, Professor Rajesh sir is there, who are with us since 2020, being the strongest pillar now for the SoCTA series. He supported us to organize a session that is the ethics in artificial intelligence every year during the SoCTA series. During the panel discussion, which is going to be, after the inauguration session on networking lunch, we will be discussing the ethics in AI, and we will be discussing the challenges faced by our army, the BSF, then the DRDO personals, BEL, what are their requirements, how we people can mitigate the gap between the academics and the industry, what are their requirements, how we can support them by providing the solutions, by providing the alternate solutions, how we can come closer to contribute towards the society, towards the nation. So keep on moving. We are having one invitation for SoCTA 2026, that is 11th in the series. My senior from IIT Roorkee, Dr. Kedas sir is there, and we are planning to host the 11th in the series at NIT Silchar, if he kindly permits, because we used to announce our next venue for the conference in advance, so that our authors can start preparing and submitting the papers, because you might have heard my colleague Dr. Om Prakash Verma said that we have received almost 689 papers, and after rigorous peer review process, we find out the similarity index followed by the AI index now, and only 75 papers are finally will be submitted to the Springer Nature in LNNS series, which is indexed in Scopus, to be published. Every year, the acceptance rate, we are basically trying to maintain the quality, so acceptance rate is every year is degrading, but the number of submissions are increasing. And the better part of this conference, the registration fee, if you compare with another conferences happening around the globe, you will find that this conference is having the lowest registration fee. The reason we need to, or we just want to promote our native researchers, the students, the young minds to come forward and contribute, publish their research work, try to implement their theoretical part into the application part. So this conference basically provides a platform to them. So not taking much time because we are already delayed. I am thankful to Dr. Anupam for giving me an opportunity, and the officials at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, for giving us opportunity to host this conference, and looking forward to have another conference in the coming year. Thank you so much.
I humbly invite Professor Swagatam Das to please come on the dais. I request Professor Dilbag Singh to welcome him. I also invite Mr. Devinchit Gupta, Deputy General Manager, Bharat Electronics, to please come on the dais.
Thank you, Anupam. Now may I request Shri Hanmant, VM, the Deputy General Manager, Bharat Electronics Limited, to address the gathering. But before coming over here, I would like to brief the audience about your profile, sir, if you kindly permit. Hemant VM studied B in Computer Science and Engineering at BVP College of Engineering and Technology from Hubli. He joined as a professional engineer to Bharat Electronics Limited in January 2005 in Software Development Division. He handled many projects on sonar system and radar controller modules. Currently, he holds the position as a Deputy General Manager in Product Department and Innovation Center of BEL and working on unmanned surface vessels and unmanned aerial vehicles projects. He has completed 20 years of services with BEL. He handled many defense-related projects of Ministry of Defense, Government of India. It would be my pleasure to address the gathering, sir. Please.
Good morning, all. Thanks for having me here. So the soft computing theories and applications, SoCTA 2025, is the 10th edition of this particular event, and it's happening in NIT Jalandhar. So I wish the event organizers all the best for the upcoming 2 days. So the SoCTA basically concept of this year is the UDAN concept. How we are upgrading our technologies to betterment of the defense technologies. So I've been asked to say a few words about unmanned aerial vehicles as well as counter unmanned aerial vehicles. So how the aerial vehicles are becoming more and more relevant in nowadays in present war conditions or present defense scenarios. See, in the upcoming days, the war is not only being fought by man or traditional machines, it's again fought with the intelligence of the country. How well we can manage our knowledge and use that knowledge effectively to safeguard our interest. Not only that, along with this, we have to manage how do we counter the threat from the enemy. Okay, so in recently concluded Israel-Hamas war, Hamas launched so many small drones, like very cheap or low-cost drones to counter the Israeli defenders. And Israeli defenders spent millions of dollars to counter those small drones. They are merely few thousand or few lakh drones, whereas Israel spent around millions of dollars to counter the small drones. So upcoming drone is not only about the normal conventional, it's about the economical. So why it's so important? See, we need not have to build the technology which will protect our nation, but which will protect the nation in the better way, like in economically better way. We can't afford to spend millions of dollars to counter the smaller aircraft. Like we need not use S-400 or Akash missiles to target the drones. So there are again small countermeasure techniques available. So to understand that what are the countermeasures we need to employ, we need to have the robust classifying database to be built for the different drones to identify friend and foe of the drone. Like our defense personnel, we appreciate for how important it is. So we, like unlike in many other domains, we don't have the proper identification of methods in our Indian system presently, because drones are being built in every nook and corner of the nation. okay, be it a civilian or be it a defense. So we're in the process of building the strong database, at least for the defense users, so that we can have the better countermeasures if we know what sort of drone it is. So that's most important in the next coming days. And now the Drone Olympics is also being, as part of this event, Drone Olympics is being conducted. So here I request the youngsters who are in their BTech or MTech classes, so they have to identify the drones which are cheaper in cost as well as more effective in usage. So we can launch hundreds of drones in one shot, okay, so to defuse the enemies. So in that way, we can have, rather than having spent so many millions of dollars in building one particular missile system, we can build thousands of smaller drones so that this can be used many times. Once used, just forget it. Just like our kamikaze drones. Kamikaze drones nowadays, we can build among the cost of kamikaze drone may go up to few lakhs, and we can build the same capable drones with low cost items and more capable with a very few thousand rupees. So if you can maintain those technologies and you can adapt those technologies and make it more robust, so it will certainly be useful for our defense forces. With this, I wish the SoCTA all the best for the next 2 days events, and I would like to thank for having me here and for my management for sending me to this particular event, and I wish all the very best to the SoCTA event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Hanumanji, for briefing us about the requirements and where we need to work upon. Moving ahead, I would like to request Mr. Abhay Singh, the Director Budget. But before coming, if you kindly permit me, I will just go through your brief profile, sir. Abhay Singh is Director Budget, Headquarters, Directorate General of Quality Assurance, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. He is Distinguished Officer with expertise in defence administration and capacity building. He is a master trainee of DOP&T and lead trainer for the Rashtriya Karm Yogi program, contributing significantly to training, mentoring and governance reforms. We warmly welcome you to SoCTA 2025, sir. Please.
Thank you so much. I am obliged to be invited here, and I will mention some of the points which are very crucial as far as the defense sector of our country is concerned. First of all, we just assume that our defense sector, we are spending a lot of money on defense, and it is unproductive, or sometimes we even say that it is a wasteful expenditure. So now we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-dependent sort of thing. So what it reflects, that we have to understand, because future of India lies in Atmanirbhar Bharat. So last year, as we can see, we have spent 7 to 8 lakh crores on our defense. And apart from that, we are telling that all this expenditure is a wastage. There is no productive inputs from all these expenditure, whatever outcome whatever we have made out of that. So first of all, the doctrine has changed. Whatever expenditure we are going to do on defense, we have to find it out from the defense sector itself. That's why Government of India has opened the defense sector for private participants. All the ordnance factories have been corporatized. So suppose we are spending 7 lakh crores. So 7 lakh crores should come from the defense sector itself, from different defense industries, from arms, from providing security services, defense services to other countries and in UN related other organizations. So this is our target basically. So it is not going to be completed within 1 or 2 years. It may take 10 years, 15 years of time. So a large opportunity is way ahead for us. In the future, I am not telling you to just come and join some of the firms and work there as a employee. But I am showing you a dream that you can become a part of that particular growth which defense sector is currently now heading. So today we are having 25,000 crores rupees of export. So now see the huge gap, and we have to meet the gap. So in 10 years we will be approaching 7 lakh crores or 8 lakh crores of manufacturing in different sectors, AI driven weapons and other systems like drone is one of the technology which is being extensively used in the wars right now. So as an entrepreneur, what will be your share in the profit or contribution to the country? So that is more important, not as working as an employee. So it's a great opportunity for all the young persons who are sitting in this room particularly. The second thing is that as far as quality is concerned, so Government of India has changed its policy regarding quality assurance also. So when you are applying for some tender for procurement of defense equipments or weapons or anything, so if you qualify for the technical bid, you get a certificate fit for defense production, even if Government of India or Ministry of Defense is not purchasing your products. So you can take that certificate to the international markets, and you can say that our products are technically qualified to be inducted into Indian Armed Forces. So it's again an opportunity. And the third thing, as my domain is learning and development from HR point of view. So 2-3 points I will like to mention, that a process of EHRM has been established in the different departments of government. So suppose Indian Army is managing 50,000 officers across India. So how they are managing? Suppose 1 to 10 persons are supposed to be given. So what we are doing in the computer, we can shortlist through AI who are the competent persons to be given such appointments or such responsibilities. So these are the things of AI, and soft computings are being used in HR also. Everything, Pura Janam Patri, I can tell you, of the officers and the employees are being stored in the data or server of the ministries. We have heard often talking about 360 degree of evaluation. So before giving any sensitive appointment, there is no 360 degree evaluation. There is 720 degree evaluation right now. Your every digital platform, Facebook, Meta, your WhatsApp, your Insta, your LinkedIn profiles, everything is being searched through AI-driven tools. So that the competent person should be manning that particular post. So it has very important implications on the manning in different sector of the, especially in the Ministry of Defense. And the third thing, and the last thing I will like to mention here regarding learning and development. So, so many things have been told about machine learning and all. So recently a digital platform, I think 5 years back, a digital platform for training government employee on digital platform, it is called IGOT, Integrated Government Training Platform has been launched. So there are certain courses which is compulsory, and the moment you get the certification, automatically after doing the that particular course, assessment is done and your certificate is generated. It is stored in your EHRM profile, so that whenever it is needed for your promotion, for your career enhancement, or giving any other thing, any other responsibility, your whole this thing, training records, course record, everything is there. And as I have told you, defense sector in India is going a big way. So great opportunity is there. Come join us, and make our defense sector self-reliant. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Professor, for apprising us about the Ministry of Defense and their requirement about the quality. Now, moving ahead, may I request Professor Lipu Wang from NTU Singapore. His research focuses on artificial intelligence, machine learning for image and data processing. He has published over 400 papers, holds 2 patents, and has received more than 16,000 citations on Google Scholar. He has delivered over 50 keynote talks worldwide. He is editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Computational Intelligence and Applications, senior editor of IEEE Transactions on Systems, MENS and Cybernetic Systems, and associate editor of IEEE Transaction on Neural Networks and Learning Systems. He has also served as associate editor or editorial board member of more than 30 international journals, including 2 other IEEE transactions, and as guest editor for over 10 special issues. Professor Wang was a member of the Board of Governors of the International Neural Network Society, the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society, and the IEEE Biometrics Council. He served as CIS Vice President for the Technical Activities and as Chair of Education Committee of the IEEE Engineering in Medicine Biology Society. He was President of the Asia Pacific Neural Networks Assembly and received the Asia Pacific Neural Network Assembly Excellent Service Award. He was the founding chair of both the EMBS Singapore chapter and the CIS Singapore chapter. Sir, please.
Esteemed chief guests, honorable dignitaries from government, defense, academia, and industry, respected director, sir, members of organizing committee, distinguished speakers, faculty colleagues, participants, and dear students. A very good morning, very good afternoon to all of you. It is a privilege and honor to join you here at NIT Jalandhar for the 10th International Conference on Soft Computing Theory and Applications, a landmark edition that celebrates decades of excellence, rigor, and global collaboration in computational intelligence and soft computing. Over the years, SoCTA has grown from a promising idea into a global, respected, Springer-based research platform, one that consistently upholds academic depth and ethical scholarship. This 10th edition is especially remarkable, received 689 submissions and accepting only 38, the most selective in its history, reflecting the maturity, seriousness, and international standing of this conference series. Today, we are also graced by the presence of exceptional leaders and thinkers from national defense organizations and the government of Punjab, and distinguished professors from India and across the world. Their presence signals a powerful message. The future of intelligence is interdisciplinary. It lies in the intersection of AI, national security, disaster resilience, and human-centered technologies. What makes SoCTA 2025 even more visionary is the integration of genomics of 2025. This unique confluence of research conference with a hands-on, mission-oriented platform demonstrates the true spirit of modern engineering. where theory meets action and innovation meets responsibility. I firmly believe that the next decade of AI and soft computing will be shaped by the application that matters deeply to society. And events like SoCTA provides precisely the kind of ecosystem that researchers and practitioners, defense agencies, and industrial innovators can come together and solve problems that truly impact lives. To the young researchers, I want to say this. Your work here is not just about publishing papers and algorithms. It is about building the intelligence that saves time, saves resources, and ultimately saves lives. Whether you work on optimization algorithms, computer vision, autonomous systems, medical imaging, your contribution will shape the safety and smarter future for all. As we begin this 3-day journey filled with keynotes, panel discussions, technical tracks, demonstrations, and exciting faces, I encourage everyone to engage fully, ask questions, collaborate, and so forth, and form partnership that will define the next wave of intelligent technologies. Let me conclude by commending the tireless effort of SoCTA 2025 organizing committee, especially Professor Anupan and Professor Verma, and also faculty, staff, students, volunteers, and visionary leaders that brought this conference to its 10th and the most impactful edition. I wish the conference great success, and I look forward to the inspiring discussions, breakthroughs, and innovations that will emerge from SoCTA 2025. Thank you. I wish you all a meaningful and enriching conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wong. And we are again thankful to you for taking time and traveling from Singapore to be the part of this international conference. Moving ahead, may I request the Honorable Director, Sir, Professor B.K. Kanodia, to address the gathering. If you kindly allow me to, I would like to go through your brief profile, sir, for the audience, find us online as well as the offline. Professor B.K. Kanodia is a distinguished professor who conducts research in microwave engineering. Currently, he is working as director at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, Punjab, since 2025, and additionally has charge of director at NIT Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir. He is a recipient of the Albert Nelson Marquis Lifetime Achievement Award. Professor Kanodia was listed as one of the top 2% of scientists in this field worldwide for the year 2023 based on publications and citations. Professor Kanodia completed his MTech and PhD in Electronic Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He started his career as an executive engineer in the Research and Development Division at Uptown India Limited in 1996. He held various positions at MJP Ruhelganj University, Bareilly. Later, he joined the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Ambedkar Institute of Advanced Communication Technologies and Research, formerly Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Delhi in 2008. He served as head of the ECE department from 2008 to 2010, 2011 to 2014. After serving in AIA CTR till 2016, he joined the School of Computational and Integrative Sciences, JNU, in 2016 as a professor. Since then, he served as Chief Advisor of Equal Opportunity Office, Jawaharlal Nehru University, 2017 to 2021, Associate Dean of the School of Computational and Integrative Sciences, 2019 to 2020, and Dean of the School of Computational and Integrative Sciences from 2020 to 2022. He has co-authored more than 435 international research publications in several peer-reviewed journals and conferences. He is also the inventor of 13 patents and co-authored of 23 book chapters. He has mentored more than 40 doctorates and 50 postgraduates in the field of microwave engineering and successfully executed various research projects sponsored by several agencies of Government of India such as Defence, Research and Development Organization, Department of Science and Technology, Indian Council of Medical Research, Science and Engineering, Research Board, All India Council for Technical Education, Indian Space Research and Organization. With this brief profile, I would like to again request Professor Kanoja sir to address the gathering. Please.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon to one and all. So, Sri Iqbal Singh Lalpura ji and Mrs. Sonam. So, I think that we should give a big hand because she was our alumnus of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar NIT Jalandhar. Today she is a chief guest. And Professor Lipu Wang ji from NTU Singapore, Sri Abhay Singh ji, Sri Hanmant ji, and Dr. Om Prakash Verma and his team, and Professor Dilwag Singh, Head of Department of IC, and our esteemed delegate, faculty member, students, and distinguished guests and speakers. A very welcome, very warm good afternoon to all. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to a Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology Jalandhar on the occasion of our 10th International Conference on SoCTA Computing, Theory and Application, SoCTA 2025. The 10th edition of a conference is an important milestone. It reflects 10 years of academic excellence, global participation, and meaningful research contribution. I have been informed that this edition of a SoCTA is being organized under the national vision of upgrading defense automation for advanced national security, UDAN, which is highly relevant in a today rapidly evolving technological landscape. So even that in a previous speaker, they highlight of our indigenous development of technology. So technologies such as soft computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and intelligent system are widely used across society. Their focused integration into the defense sector can enhance operational effectiveness and significantly strengthen national security against evolving threats. In the present scenario, where nations face complex security challenges and increasing vulnerability to nature and man-made disaster, technology-driven and intelligence solutions are the need of the hour. I hope SoCTA 2025 will be serve as a vital platform for the researcher to exchange ideas, strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration, and translate research into actionable solutions that address real challenges of a national importance. At NIT Jalandhar, we take a great pride in hosting this event that promotes scientific and technological excellence. The Institute have always believed in excellence, innovation, and service to the nation through education and research. In a recent years, the Institute has taken major stride in academic growth, research output, global visibility. NIT Jalandhar is ranked 55th in the NIRF 2025 engineering category and also hold respective position in the Times Higher Education and QS Global ranking. The Institute offer 15 BTech programs and 20 MTech specialization, along with 3 MSc program in physics, chemistry and mathematics, MBA program and PhD program in all discipline, and BSc B.Ed program catering a wide spectrum of a scientific and technical education. Our faculty members are highly qualified and deeply committed to teaching and research. Last year alone, more than 1100 research papers were published in a reputed international journals, and 24 of our faculty members were recognized amongst the top 2% scientists globally. The institute has a secure externally funding project worth of rupees 53 crore and generated 5 crore through the consultancy project in the last year only. NIT Jalandhar also maintained an excellence placement record with the placement record of 92%. The highest package last year was the 52 lakhs, and this year each student has already received a exceptional offer of rupees 1.2 crore. The institute has recently sanctioned of a 3 project worth of 5.5 crores and established 2 centers of excellence in 5G and beyond and cyber security. To foster innovation and entrepreneurship, NIT Jalandhar has set up a technology business incubator and ISRO-funded Space Technology Incubation Center. In addition, the institute has expanding its national and international collaborations and has recently signed a MOU with the IIM Visakhapatnam for a dual degree program, enabling students to pursue an MBA alongside their technical degree at NIT Jalandhar. These achievements reflect the collective dedications of our faculty, researcher, student, staff, and our continued commitment to excellence. In this background of a steady academic growth, conference like SoCTA play an important role in promoting research and collaboration in the institute. I congratulate to SoCTA Organizing Committee, the Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering, and all associate departments and technical club of the institute for successfully organizing this international conference. I also sincerely appreciate the participation our defense and industry partners including DGQA, BEL, BSF, CRPF and NDRF, which highlight the importance of a strong academia and industry defense collaboration. I advise all participants to make a best use of this platform by actively participating and developing responsible solution to the national challenge. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our guests and delegates. I wish SoCTA hope it contribute meaningfully to the vision of a Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and blessings. Now, moving ahead, we are privileged to have our chief guest, Ms. Sonam, IAS, with us. It is a very proud moment for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology that today's chief guest, Mrs. Sonam, who holds a bachelor's degree from this institution only. Prior to joining government services, the officer gained professional experience in the private sector, having served as senior data architect at American Express, Gurgaon, and earlier as senior data analyst at Excel, Gurgaon. The officer has also undergone technical training as PRSD training at the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, ISRO, Dehradun, and VLSI training at CDEC, Mohali. In government service, the officer has served as ACUT Amritsar, SDM Majita and SDM Barnala, and is presently posted as Additional Commissioner, State Tax Investigation, Punjab Director GST in the Excise and Taxation Department, Punjab, and Joint Commissioner, Municipal Corporation, Patiala. As Additional Commissioner, State Tax Investigation, Punjab, the officer heads the investigation wing and is responsible for supervision and monitoring of enforcement operations under the GST regime. The officer oversees enforcement formalities including state intelligence and preventing units to ensure effective detection of tax evasion, fraud, and availment of input tax credit, and prevention of revenue leakages. The role includes providing strategic direction for inspections, searches and verifications, reviewing investigation outcomes, ensuring timely adjudication and recovery of dues, coordinating with central GST authorities and other enforcement agencies, and submitting analytical and performance reports to higher authorities to strengthen revenue protection and voluntary compliance. With this brief profile, I would like to request Ms. Poonam to address the gathering, please.
Respected Director Sir, other dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers from academia, defense and industry, respected faculty members, researchers, students and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to everyone. It is always a privilege to come back to the place where you actually started thinking, and standing here today at my alma mater, NIT Jalandhar, I have the same feeling coming very real to me. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Department of Instrumentation and Control Engineering and the entire SoCTA team for organizing the 10th edition of SoCTA and for sustaining over a decade a conference that enjoys strong national and international credibility. Since I'm speaking towards the end of the session, much has already been said by the esteemed guests here. I'll therefore avoid repetition and briefly share my perspective over what I've learned over the years, especially when looking from the lens of governance and public service. One aspect of SoCTA when I was reading the pamphlet that stands out for me is that it is focusing on bridging the gap between theory and application. This is extremely relevant today because now we cannot go with the governance on intuition alone. The governance is increasingly data-driven, it is time-sensitive, and it is technology-dependent. As administrators, when we have to deal with complex situations where decisions have to be taken really quickly and often we do not have the correct information, in such situations, soft computing, AI can really help us in giving practical outcomes. Before joining the public service, as Sir was mentioning, I was working for the multinational company. Therein we had to make a project for one of the insurance companies so that they could assess the damages which are caused by shingles. Whenever there's snow, their shingles are damaged. We had to make a project so that the drones would assess the damage. There wouldn't be any subjectivity as to who goes to the house, who does, how much assessment, how much of the credit they have to give. So we developed that project. It was for a simple insurance company, a very small project. But coming back to the government, I could see we had floods in Punjab recently. We had to send out our patwaris for the assessment and then their cross-verification. Subsequently, it came up to the SDM level. We had to do 4 levels of verification to ensure that the compensation which is being given out is accurate. So had we had this technology at scale in the government, all that could have been avoided. So such initiatives, when we take up in such conferences at scale, can really help the government also, because it's a lot of money that is being spent out on such initiatives, but at scale we're not able to use those. So if such initiatives are used in the government as well, it can really help us. Even in government, we have a scheme called Swamitva scheme. So that scheme is using drones for mapping of all the village areas. I'm not sure how many of you know. So we have the property cards in the city areas, but in the villages there is a concept of Lal Lakir. So inside that Lal Lakir, you do not have any record other than the simple agreement ki isne isko bech diya, isne isko bech diya. As such, with the Patwari and the Revenue Department, there is no record. So government is trying to map all that using drones, basis the present occupation, and then we'll be giving out property cards. It will help in reduction of any dispute that arises from who owns and who actually possesses. The base of all that is the drone technology, because we're doing the mapping not manually but through drones. So events like these, this is the Drone Olympics, wherein a government organization hosting the conference for the second time, and I was hearing that 10% of the selection rate has been this year. So we can really make out real life solutions for things which are important for everyone around here. And I would again like to congratulate the SoCTA team, Director Sir, HOD Sir, for organizing such a successful event, and also thank you for inviting me here. It is a sheer nostalgia coming here. I used to be one of those volunteers who would be part of MADS ki sab yahan pe guest aa rahe hain, hum unko mil rahe hain. So coming here on the other side, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sonam, for sharing your experience during the industry and in present responsibilities. So finally, I would like to request Shri Iqbal Singh Lalpura ji to address the gathering. Shri Iqbal Singh Lalpura ji is a distinguished former IPS officer and a respected public figure known for his contribution to public administration, minority affairs and social harmony. He served in the Punjab cadre of the Indian Police Service, holding several key administrative and policing assignments during his career. Post-retirement, he was appointed as the chairman of the National Commission for Minorities, Government of India, where he played a significant role in safeguarding minority rights, promoting inclusive governance, and strengthening inter-community dialogue across the country. Shri Lalpura ji is widely recognized for his balanced leadership, deep understanding of constitutional values, and commitment to national unity. His work emphasizes social justice, communal harmony, and constructive engagement between communities and institutions. With these words, I would like to request Shri Lalpura ji, please address the gathering.
Respected Director Professor B.K. Kanoria ji, Professor Dilbag Singh ji, Professor Ajay Bansal, Chief Guest of the Day, Madam Sonam ji, distinguished guests on the dais, academia, defense service and industry, eminent scholars from India and abroad, dear faculty members, researchers and students, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time to thank Dr. Kanodia for having invited me to this place, because as a bureaucrat, we generally don't practice what we preach. The computer was given to us in late 80s as District Superintendent of Police. At that time, these district SPs were not given the air-conditioned facility. So what we did, we took the PC to our office and established the AC for our own comfort. So that AC was never used and that PC was also not used by anyone. So this is the difference, what we learned. And I was just thinking about the AI. And I'm thankful to you that he was introducing me. But I think his knowledge was not updated. I am more of a writer. I have authored 26 books on Sikh history and philosophy. And I may be the only officer from the bureaucracy who has been honored by Akal Takht as a Shiromani Sikh Saitkar. So human values, human intelligence is also very important. Coming to the point, It's a privilege to be at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, an institution that stands for knowledge combined with national responsibility. I thank the organizer for inviting me as a special chief guest on the occasion of the 10th International Conference on Soft Computing, Theories and Applications. The theme of this conference, Upgrading Defense Automation for Advanced National Security, UDAN, is timely and deeply relevant. National security today is no longer defined only by geography or conventional weapons. It now includes artificial intelligence, cyberspace, data analytics, automation, and decision support system. Wars of the future may be decided as much by the arms. However, my experience in policing and governance had taught me one important lesson. Technology is only a force multiplier. It cannot replace human judgment, ethics, and responsibility. Automation may speed up decisions, but it cannot decide what is right. Artificial intelligence can process data, but it cannot distinguish justice from injustice unless humans define those values clearly. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, in whose name this great institution stands, once warned that power without morality becomes destructive. His vision reminds us that advancement in science must go hand in hand with constitutional values, human dignity, and accountability. Defense automation must strengthen democracy, not weaken it. It must protect citizens, not intimidate them. Guru Nanak Dev Ji expressed the truth centuries ago in simple but profound words, Sach और है सबको ऊपर सच अचार. That is, truth is higher than everything, but still higher is truthful living. So our life should be based on truthful living. For researchers and technologists working on defense and security systems, this line has deep meaning. Technology built without ethical ground can become dangerous, even to the nation it is meant to protect. Therefore, innovation must be guided by conscience. As a former law enforcement officer, I have seen that many serious failures in security do not occur due to lack of machines, but due to lack of coordination, clarity of purpose, and moral courage. Technology can assist human beings, but it cannot substitute leadership and integrity. The human being remains central, whether in governance, policing, or defense. The theme Udan is symbolizes aspirations and flights, but every flight requires direction and balance. If technological progress flies without ethical navigation, it risks losing its way. Albert Einstein once cautioned humans when he said, "Our technology has exceeded our humanity." That warning is even more relevant today. India's vision of Viksit Bharat demands not only economic or technological strength, but also moral leadership. Our security architecture must be inclusive, constitutional, and sensitive to diversity. A secure nation is one where citizens feel protected, not watched, empowered, not threatened. To the young researchers and students present here, I wish to say, master the most advanced technologies, compete globally, innovate fearlessly, but always ask yourself one question: does my work strengthen humanity and justice? The future of India's national security will be shaped as much in laboratories and classrooms as on borders. Let this conference become a platform where technology serves peace, automation serves wisdom, and innovation serves the nation. I congratulate the organizer for bringing together scholars, defense professionals, and industry leaders on a common platform of national importance. I wish SoCTA 2025 great success and hope its deliberations contribute meaningfully to India's security, ethical, technological leadership, and national progress. I thank you all for organizing this function and also congratulate all for bringing so many people from all over the world together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, sir, for the words of the wisdom and your blessings. I sincerely apologize for reading your brief profile. On behalf of the organizing team, I sincerely apologize, and definitely I'll go through your brief profile, not the complete profile, and we'll update our database, sir. Moving ahead, may I request Professor Rajesh Singla, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, distinguished guests, eminent keynote speakers, delegate faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session of 10th International Conference on Soft Computing, Theories and Applications, that is SoCTA 2025, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on the behalf of the entire organizing team. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to the special chief guest, Shri Iqbal Singh Lalpura ji, former IPS officer and former chairman, National Commission for Minorities, Government of India, for graciously accepting our invitation and honoring this inaugural ceremony with his presence and valuable guidance. I extend my sincere thanks to our honorable chief guest, Mrs. Sonam ji, Additional Commissioner State, Tax cum Director, GST Punjab and Joint Commissioner, Municipal Corporation Patiala, and also an alumni of this NIT Jalandhar. Your journey is truly inspirational for our students, and your presence has added immense pride and motivation to this occasion. My heartfelt gratitude goes to our distinguished guests of the day, Shri Abhay Singh ji, Director Audit, HQ, DGQA, Ministry of Defence, Government of India, for sharing their valuable insights and encouraging us to align research, innovation, and governance with national priorities. I sincerely thank our guests of honors from Bharat Electronics Limited, Border Security Force, Mr. Devinder Chitgupta and Shrimad Hanumant VM, Deputy General Manager, Bharat Electronics Limited, India, and Shri Ashok Kumar, Deputy Commissioner, CRPF, and his team. Shri Kuldeep Kumar Gupta, Deputy Commandant, Communication, Shri Nidhan Thomas Simon, Deputy Commandant, Border Security Force, Frontier HU Punjab, and his team. SDRF team, aboard Army Depot Team Jalandhar, for their esteemed presence. Your participation strengthens the academia-industry defense collaboration, which is the very spirit of this particular conference, that is the SoCTA 25, and its theme, Udan, that is upgrading defense automation for advanced national security. I sincerely thank our media person for this coverage. Now, I would like to place on record my deepest gratitude our Chief Patron and Director, Professor B.K. Kanojia ji, for his visionary leadership, continuous encouragement, and unwavering support. I also sincerely thank our patrons, Ajay Bansal, Registrar, and Dr. Dilbag Singh, presently Head of the Department IC, for the guidance and administrative support. My sincere appreciation goes to all our eminent keynote speakers, Professor Wang from NTU Singapore, Professor Ram Rajmohan, right, from University, South Korea, Professor Rajesh Kumar, University of Johannesburg, South Africa, Professor Swagatam Das, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, Professor S. Murala, IIT Ropar, India, Professor Arnab Bhaswat, IIT Mandi, Dr. Drishti Yadav, University of Luxembourg, Professor Rajiv Kant, Savonia University of Applied Sciences, Finland, Mr. Ananda Bose, Senior Executive Editor, Springer Nature, Germany, for both national and international, for agreeing to share their vast knowledge and experience with us. Your presence significantly enhances the academic stature and global relevance of SoCTA 2025. I extend special thanks to our advisory committee, technical program committee, reviewers, session chairs, and Springer representatives for ensuring the high academic quality of the conference through rigorous review and editorial processes. I would also like to acknowledge the vital contribution of our collaborating agencies, sponsors, and partners whose support has made initiatives such as boot camps and Drone Olympics under METI-funded SWINE program possible. My heartfelt appreciation goes to the faculty members, research scholars, students, volunteers, and the entire organizing team whose tireless efforts, dedication, and teamwork over the past several months have ensured the smooth conduct of the event. Last but not the least, I thank all the authors, participants, and delegates from India and abroad for choosing SoCTA 25 as a platform to present their research and ideas. With this, I once again thank everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly to make this, for making this inaugural ceremony a grand success. And I wish all the participants a fruitful, engaging, and enriching conference over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Now we'll conclude inaugural ceremony by releasing the book of abstracts. I request all to please stand for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंग हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Now I kindly request to please proceed to MBS ground to inaugurate the Drone Olympics and photograph outside the building.
India, and we have selected the 9 members. Fortunately and unfortunately, only a single member or the single nominee is here to collect the award. May I request Miss Ayushi Arora? Is she there? Ayushi Arora. May I request Professor Swagatam Das, Professor Lipova, and Professor Juglan and Professor Sharma. Please proceed towards the stage to felicitate Miss Ayushi Arora. Please. Ayushi, please come. You need to.
Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Photographer, yes, please. Reflection to जाएगा.
Shall we?
I think it is better. It is better. Are you sir? Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. And you are fortunate, Dr. Swagatam Das, no. Yes, you explore his profile and Professor Lipova. You are fortunate to have award from them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
नहीं अब जरूरत नहीं है आपको आप लोग नहीं होगी हमारे सेशन की कंक्लूजन एंड सॉरी फॉर डिटेल है क्योंकि अभी पता है अभी पैनल डिस्कशन एंड द नंबर ऑफ डेलीगेट्स आर हियर ओके गॉड ब्लेस यू We will be starting soon. Certain delegates are on the way and they may be coming. Before moving to the panel section, I would like to brief why basically this panel session is planned. We just want to mitigate the gap between the industry and the academia. We just would like to listen from the people, from you, what are your requirements and how the academics can support you. So we will be looking forward to have problems from your side, and definitely the people, the legends in academia will try to swallow your queries regarding AI or any IT sector. If to the best of our knowledge, we will definitely try to answer your queries, and within a moment we will be starting the session, just waiting for other delegates to come.
सर
अच्छा ये पूरे का चलता है
सर ये तो बंद कर दिया आपने
फिर नहीं है डिस्कशन ऐसे नहीं ऐसे नहीं पीछे वो जो SoCTA वाला है जो आपके लैपटॉप पे चलेगा वो हाँ वो है तो वो मुझे चलेगा अभी कहाँ से चल रहा है इसमें से चल रहा है अभी चल अच्छा ठीक है एक क्वेरी देगा डिस्कस करते हैं ठीक है नहीं नहीं अभी इसे रखें
We used to wonder, at the start of this very year, that perhaps one day whatever we were seeing on internet happening on the Russian and Ukraine war, it may, come to our country. So at that time it was usual for us. Op Sindhu proved that it is not only present, perhaps it is now, a thing of the past. Of a rifle, perhaps we were seen by the counterpart as well in the same manner. Sir, not specific query per se, before coming to our, learned professors from the academia. For our requirement, that is the border guarding forces or the paramilitary forces, it's basically divided into two domains. I'll just cut the story short. Typically speaking about the drones, and secondly, to counter the drones. That is the anti-drone system, sir. Drones, our requirement falls into again two categories. One is anything which is offensive. The part of which we have seen on the internet, the kamikaze drones or the FPV drones. Now the battlefield is changed into optical fiber drones. And we have seen the counterpart using the swarms of the drones, specifically the military grade drones. Secondly, I believe now the industry must be having a solution to the requirement of the drones which are otherwise available on the internet in the form of some improvisation. I was just speaking to you, like in Ukraine, how they have equipped their drone is by using a ring and a wire from, going through the center. When it will hit, the wire would be deflected and touch the ring, and the circuit would be completed and it will initiate the blast. I believe this is now, in industrial terms, this would be easily available by just putting a sensor. It need not to touch, it may blast like with a proximity sensor also. On the other hand, like present, we are having the requirement of the non-offensive drones, specifically for guarding the border. Number one, for surveillance across the border. Surveillance across the border in the sense like just to see the area, if there is some freshly dug earth, which we can see from the sky, and make out that somebody in the counterpart is trying to dig a tunnel from there. Or maybe on the own side, in the night, if the camera is having a thermal capability, so we can say, okay, in this much area, there's not supposed to be anybody where this thermal can detect, which our men standing on the ground or maybe on an orbit tower cannot. Similarly, we can have the identification by using the AI or face recognition, specifically where such kind of requirement is there by using the drones, like Petrapol or maybe Wagha, where the civilian population ingress or that is there. Similarly, if we can have the capability to counter the other drone by using a drone. Like I have seen one video in which a drone is shooting a net on the propeller of the other drone, just to incapacitate it and so that it may fall down. Similarly, BSF is looking for a requirement of a seaworthy drone. A lot of drones are available in the market, but very few can sustain the high winds of the Sundarbans or maybe of the Sarpik area. And maybe at places where endurance is a problem, we may have tethered drone just to keep a surveillance across the border. Coming to anti-drone, yes, this is something where we are developing. We are having anti-drone systems deployed on the border. However, still, it's just we can say that we are just we have taken the baby steps. There's a lot much to do. We require a technology where we should be able to detect, secondly jam, maybe spoof the drones coming from the counterpart, and if possible we may go for some kind of geofencing as well, if it is possible. You may enlighten, if this technology is available and how it can be brought to the border. Second thing is about the cost. Yes, many technological solutions are available, but generally they are so costly that it is very hard to be implemented on the border. These are my inputs to start with. Thank you. Over to you.
like to answer the query? Yes, we have to.
No, first of all, I mean, there has been several precision segmentation tools available with drone-like cameras captured images. That, as you were saying, that in a region on the ground there is some anomalies which could be detected and exactly triangulated. Those techniques, I mean, this precision segmentation of geostation, I mean, this land cover images taken from a drone camera could be there. These are there actually, and these are under research, but they can also be adopted. But the only problem is the resolution of the camera and the ground resolution in kilometer or something, up to which it could be accurate. It depends on the resolution, occlusion, and day and night conditions in the image and so on. What are usual resolutions that you take pictures with the drones of the area that you go for surveillance?
We generally like to take live video. I mean, somebody is there on the monitor screen. I mean, whatever is being recorded by the camera is having a live feed. And I mean, yes, a still can be taken, but we generally, I mean, with whatever, I mean, surveillance is there.
It's fine. Video means you are taking still images in rapid succession. That means set of frames. If the frames are more or less of a considerable resolution, because you are taking from a certain height, then these landmarks or land anomalies could be quite precisely detected. Nowadays, there is a term called precision agriculture. I think there are researchers here, even Tarun and others know that. In precision agriculture, they very precisely sprinkle pesticides on one field so that the herbs in the other field don't die and so on. They very precisely detect some sort of plant disease by taking photographs from a drone. So in a vast region, if there are any sort of tunnels or riverbed crossing the border or no man's land, it's quite possible to detect them from drone-based photography and videos also. So, but as I said, I mean, the accuracy depends on how many pixels are there in the frames that you capture, and the daytime, night time. Night time is typically a very interesting problem, which we sort of try to solve with advanced AI techniques. That you capture the image in infrared sensors, and from there we can exactly triangulate some sort of some person or something or some marks on the ground to detect such unauthorized trespassing and so on. So these technologies are there. Available, yeah.
I would like to comment on, I am from Bharat Electronics Limited, Bangalore. Just few words about BL. This is basically a defense public sector company. It was established in 1954. It has been serving all three services for the last 70 plus years. We have been into both, manned and unmanned drones. We can always provide a solution for surveillance applications. For counter, yes, we are working. It will be ready based on your requirement and when it will be required. We can always provide a solution. But for surveillance application, for day and night camera, we have a day and night camera. It can provide a surveillance application both across border, at both day and night.
At what height, sir?
Height, we have right now around 2 kilometers.
2
kilometers is very high. Yeah. For water surveillance, it may not be so high.
Yeah, I mean for the
capacity, altitude
fly
up to 2 kilometers.
we can fly it for 5
Yeah, altitude around 2 kilometers, range also around 5 kilometers. So that you can approach us, we will help you.
Okay, maybe I will add a little bit on this. So my name is Rajiv Kant, and I am a professor in Savonia University of Applied Sciences. What you mentioned actually, a couple of things we have done. One thing what we did is from the drone, we used machine vision high precision camera. It's Bisleri. Bisleri companies there. I mean, so we purchased so many machine vision camera high precision, and we use that to identify whether in the border region, of course the theme is a little bit drone actually. So whether detecting whether the person in the border area is like layman or single layman or the military person. These technologies can be done very easily. This identification, detection of. Then second thing, just let me complete, and then then another thing what we did, we zoom out the picture, and we are now trying to detect exactly this thing or this thing. This thing. Yeah, so we try to, like BSF or India, or so we are trying to detect that thing, and it is technologically it is doable. Then the question is like how to send the communication from the drone to the authority. That is the key thing actually when we say about this IoT connectivity actually. So regarding that, we have actually bachelor degree program in Internet of Things. Actually, we are conducting, and all across the globe, many universities. Like in our one class, we have 21 countries students. So like different multicultural students, and so we are doing lots of like innovative kind of things also. So these kind of results and some of those technologies like detection, it's possible with the machine vision, high precision camera. Of course, the requirement should be, and then, so regarding the connectivity, one thing I would say that we have done another research on LoRa based, probably long range. It is like very like low data rate. It's needed, but it can send the data up to 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. So even though the drone has, if this LoRa receiver transponder, so it can send you that whether this person is from India or from other place, it can be done, and it is working actually. So this one technology we have done recently, and it is working quite fine. We use the application particularly in finding the GPS location of the balloon. For example, balloon is moving, but people don't know where it is actually. So GPS, so this kind of research actually we have been doing, and maybe we are not exactly doing all related to drones, but of course this may a little bit align with that. Thank you.
Face detection, sir? Face
Yes.
detection, yes. Might be face detection is available in India also.
Yes, face detection softwares are quite available in India, but the problem is most of them, as I was telling, most of them are trained on foreign nationals' face databases, because those face databases are most systematically arranged, publicly available. So even when people do research from academia and they have to publish a paper, they look for those easily available data sets and comparative study and so on. These are all inside the academia. So face recognition system, especially near these border areas where we have different, India is a consortium of so many diversified demographics.
Yes.
So we need to have adequate training samples from each of these demographics. That's what we call a balanced data. Balanced India-specific data, if we can gather it, then we can train and get these systems ready in a very less time. Because the systems are there, the only thing is their training needs to be redone. Their internal parameters need to be re-optimized. I believe India-specific face recognition systems, which are very crucial for border areas and low resolution and all these practical constraints, these could be made provided this initiative for gathering balanced data sets is done.
So why I said so, I happened to attend one session on missing children in National Police Academy, Hyderabad. So their RPF, Railway Protection Force, they gave one presentation in which they say that we have installed cameras with face recognition software, where if they happen to identify the face of a missing children, they can give some kind of an alert. So now thinking on that line, for example, say I raided some smuggler in Punjab border village, he is absconded. Now I have had his photo, I have fed it into a drone. The drone is just having a surveillance sortie or something like that. And if after a month or say after a week, that person is identified somewhere in the village, so whether that can be.
This is sort of face template matching. For this, you don't need huge amount of training data. This could actually be done. The only thing is the machine learning system has to overcome the aging, occlusion, and changes in the face pattern. See, we did a project for Indian Railways, I remember 2021, 22, during that time, and there were a lot of railways accidents. And in railway में जब accident होता है, तो जो the people who die, there are a lot of people who are unrecognized in the morgues of the hospitals, and their faces get extremely distorted. So we have, suppose the Aadhaar cards and the Aadhaar photographs or voter ID photographs of these people, which are to some extent distorted, then we have to match those stuff against the distorted faces of these dead bodies. And if we cannot do that, the corpses are still remaining unidentified for so long. But we could reach around 80% of accuracy in such matching. What you are saying is also another instantiation of this sort of a problem. This is doable. But if you want to classify the faces into a few types of demography, some typical the person from some community, whether that person is crossing the border, coming, etc., that requires face classification, for which we require this balanced sort of data sets. Face matching, face template matching is also another form of recognition which could be done with by applying these practical constraints as you were mentioning, right? So, do you have any sort of software from your organization regarding face template matching?
Right now, I will not be able to tell you exactly because ours is a defense public sector company. We are not supposed to disclose, but we can help them.
Yeah,
I understood their problem statement because we have been working in this area for quite a long time, and we are 10,000 plus, and we are into almost all possible areas of electronics and communication. If they approach us and give us some time to analyze the problem and address it, we can always take it.
We'll have the number and we'll
Yeah, yes.
So I also agree with Professor Balakam because the Punjab area and the Jammu Kashmir area, this is the time where the fog is very difficult to detect the faces of even the drone. We can't detect in this region. So we don't have any data set regarding the case. We have searched a lot in the Google or Kaggle, but we don't get such type of data set. So we need, exactly the data set. We have to develop that sort of data set for this training purpose. So this is the problem. This is a challenge.
Exactly. This is the question from academia to our defense army. That can you? So with your equipments, you capture a lot of real-world data. This sort of data. Can you share some of these for the academic research purpose after following due protocols, anonymization, timestamping?
This is very good input for developers.
Then we can really collaborate.
So we have tried to develop, in the background, we have blurred some background, we have created artificial background for synthetic data set. So we are trying to develop some synthetic data set near about the looking like the foggy season or like that. But that is not again the real data set.
So again, when you try to synthesize such data set, they are the best people to tell you what is the gold standard. For making artificial data sets.
You may come to us. Sure.
And maybe I can add this thing. Maybe the model which you have built actually. So that model could be tested or the validated. The data sets which you could provide. So then it makes more sense that okay, so this model is working correctly.
You tell us, I mean, the use cases that you are telling are of great, interest to academicians like us, and we actually work on these problems, but not on this sort of realistic data. That's what Professor Verma is also telling. So we can definitely develop a collaboration and co-development of these ideas.
Again, not only the vision type of the data set, also the acoustic of data set. Again, there are several noise types, the generator and the different noise, like the different noise is also in the acoustic signal. So we can't create such type of real data set so that we can train the model and detect the system. So this is again the problem.
Yes. Myself, Sukumar, Deputy Commandant CRP. सर ने अपने
पर्सपेक्टिव से बताया है कि बॉर्डर पे क्या है, लेकिन हमारी जो ड्यूटी है वो एरो ड्यूटी है, वो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी ड्यूटी है। तो सर ने कई बातें कवर कर दी हैं, लेकिन जो एक पॉइंट जो हमने जो है फील किया है वो ये है कि जब हम ड्रोन्स को लेके जाते हैं लॉन्ग ड्यूरेशन के ऑपरेशंस में, तो वहाँ पर एक तो पोर्टेबिलिटी का इशू आता है, और सेकंड आता है कि जो बैटरीज की लाइफ है, ड्यूरेबिलिटी है, वो कम होती है। आधा घंटा 1 घंटे की जो फ्लाइट होती है उसकी जो है टाइमिंग होता है, तो उसके बाद बैटरी स्विच ऑफ हो जाती है, तो उसके लिए हमें लेके भी जानी पड़ती है साथ में। तो ऐसा कुछ कि इसकी ड्यूरेबिलिटी बढ़ जाए बैटरीज की, ये जो प्रॉब्लम आती है।
There are wonderful swarm intelligence methods which will maximize your battery lifetime by minimizing the flight path and online or real-time path planning or coordination of the drones for achieving a particular goal. ये path planning जितना सही होता जाएगा उतना ही आपका बैटरी लाइफ टाइम बचेगा। तो ट्रायल एंड एरर करते करते वो खत्म होता है। So there are wonderful group of swarm intelligence algorithms. Swarm is the name given to flock of birds or school of fishes, which together show remarkable capability of foraging and transgressing through miles, several thousand miles from one country to another, hunting for food together. One individual element of the swarm is very less capable, but that collective intelligence emerges from their group. So the principles of swarm intelligence have a cohesion towards a specific point, diversion from some specific points, and then adaptation to a changing environment. There are principles, and drone swarms are actually should be controlled based on these methods, provided you have a nice distributed relay system or data exchange system among the individual components of your swarm. So I can definitely point to you, or we can do something maybe together with other fellow academicians which will apply this sort of swarm intelligence principles to maximize the battery lifetime for a particular goal. Let's say rescue operation or distribution of some relief products somewhere. Now the question is, when you are saying the portability issue is not covered here, but when the drones are flying in a distributed manner, it can definitely optimize their battery lifetime. But the question to you is, what are the use cases? For what type of applications this could be realized?
For long-term operations in Naxalite areas.
तो ये सर्विलियंस हो गया, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड सर्विलियंस वो ऊपर से, है ना?
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पे तो कर ही सकते हैं कि
while advancing troops in 15 kilometers, 40 kilometers,
right
advancing.
तो ये जो 40 किलोमीटर का एरिया है, इसमें कुछ जोन्स है जो आपको बहुत डिटेल्स में देखना चाहिए और कुछ जोन्स है जो आपको रफली आप जस्ट एक्सप्लोर करके चलते हैं। So in academic terms we say it's sort of a balance between exploitation and exploration. Exploration का मतलब है rough search over a big area, और उस वैसे रफ सर्च करते करते जितने भी एरिया आपके रेडर में आए कि ये यहाँ पे हो सकते हैं, इसको और नीचे से देखना चाहिए और डिटेल में देखना चाहिए, तो वहाँ पे आप एक डिटेल्ड सर्च करो। So it's a compromise usually.
In that area, nothing is rough area for us, Whole areas are
अच्छा, so the whole area you have no prior information के कहाँ हो सकते हैं ज़्यादा और ऊपर से
we can't predict ना।
हाँ, तो ठीक है, तो अगर आप पूरा एरिया में भी छानबीन करते हैं, do you do that from a fixed height or you adapt your heights and adapt your ranges?
Generally 100 meter height.
Which type of drone are you using?
UAV maybe.
UAVs are.
Please, you can give the best answer.
Good afternoon. My name is Arun Jayaprakash. I am the director and CEO of Aviation Technologies, Delhi-based company. We are primarily into drone manufacturing. I would like to answer a few of the queries that has popped up. Maybe I'll start with this. The drones, like as the size goes down, definitely the endurance also will be a challenge, challenging part. Currently the batteries what the industry is using is lithium polymer, lithium ion, solid state batteries, even to some extent hydrogen fuel cells also have come into picture. if you need a continuous flight time, say 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour, none of the drones can give you that much, considering a multi-rotor kind of drone I'm saying, unless it is a tethered. Tethered means a continuous wire will be connected to a ground power supply and the drone can reach 100 meters. Till 100 meters, your objective, I can make the drone, stay in that area, give you the surveillance for 5 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, that's possible.
Next
one. Yeah, you can run. It's because it's a continuous power supply is going on through the ground, through the generator, it's supply. And the drone will also have a backup battery in case power is cut. The backup battery will be there to safely bring the drone down. So this extent, we can work it out on a multi-rotor. Otherwise, if you need a long endurance drone, you have to go for a hybrid VTOL. Hybrid VTOL is a fixed wing and a multi-rotor mixed together. Of course, it will take some area, say some 2 to 2.5 meters wing will be there. Of course, all these are removable and attachable, kind of mechanisms, which you can, integrate to camera payload, thermal payloads, and use it for 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours possible. But again, it won't be compact. When you want to be very compact as well as want to meet a long endurance, that's challenge. In terms of battery, because as far as my knowledge, no company has developed such kind of mechanism. Still researches are going on with respect to battery technologies as we speak, and with respect to we closely work with Indian Army. This financial year we invested a lot working closely with Indian Army. Unfortunately, SEL is not there. We are not at work with BSF, but we will also address some of the challenges what we faced during that period. So it was a requirement from the Indian Army and it was a tender for loitering munition. We went and ISR is Intelligence, Surveillance and Reconnaissance Drone for camera mission. So all these operations have happened at a very, very high altitude, extreme weather conditions. The team and everyone, we went around 17,000 to 18,000 feet altitude, close to the border areas, from that height, again, our drones went 500 meters to 1,000 meters. We went as per the requirements of the tender, and we flown 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers forward. And from there, live video we have shown in the remote control to the officers, and then we brought the drone back. And these things happen very fast. In 20 minutes we covered 20 kilometers. With the 3 kg, explosive payloads, it's a dummy payload basically. So we took some 3 kg payload and went and shown those things for loitering munition. Even for the ISR drones also fitted with zoom cameras. The zoom is extremely good, 30x optical zoom, and hybrid you can go up to 180x zoom. So it's a pretty good zoom for RGB, and for thermal it's little restricted. Thermal is around 8x zoom only. So you need to be close, but still at a 1 kilometer range you will be able to detect human detections and vehicle detections. Those detections are possible. So you can pretty well use that for surveillance operations, for CRPF application, Naxalite area, or the border security applications. I would believe that will be pretty much good range in terms of height as well as in terms of horizontal range. Those things will meet your requirements. The real challenges comes here is Army has a class called NCNC. I don't know how many of you know NCNC. No cost, no commitment. This is where it is a little pain for the startups, because every drone company in India is a startup. We are a 7-year-old company. Having said that, I was a student, I was a professor, I was an employee, I am now director and CEO. I have seen every phase, being here in the panel. But the challenge for here, running the company, you need cash flow. And being a bootstrap company, we try to invest, whatever the profits we generate from the previous financial year to the right direction, where we invest time and effort, develop products, put solutions, and demonstrate it. The problem comes is when NCNC comes into picture, which is no cost, no commitment. We spend our own expenses for to and fro, flight tickets, the cab, car to take all our drones and equipments, 8 days of stay over there, in that environment, food and everything. And on top of that, like, we took a lot of risk with our components and things because those are extreme weather conditions. Anyway, things can crash. Things can go wrong. It went wrong. Like in one crash, we lost one thermal camera, which is around like 6 lakhs to 7 lakhs. So nothing much like, we didn't get any compensation or anything because we took the chance, to demonstrate in front of them. It went wrong in the first trial. But during the second and third, like, we understood how to overcome those challenges and things. We improvised, we learned in a hard way, at our own cost. And we topped competing with all our competitors. We are the best one, and we've been recommended by the officers, for the procurement and things. But still, we are waiting. We are waiting for the order. The process is little longer and time consuming one. The process has to be shorter, okay, when it comes from army requirements. I'm not sure about the time frame from the BSF, but the army so far, like whatever we dealt is the time frame to convert and get into order is very, very long process. And cost is one important factor, even sir was saying, and even morning, from the Ministry of Defense, like sir was highlighting, we've been, spending around 7 lakhs, 8 lakhs crores, like, of money, and, we've been exporting only maybe like, 25,000 or something. So the cost, and he was requesting that the cost of the drone should come down from lakhs to few thousands and stuff like. The problem here, the cost is, two things happens here. One is you should not use the neighboring, countries' components, pretty much what I am trying to say. Because those are the components that are cheaply available in the market, like which you can integrate and build a drone very easily, like, and you can sell it. And since the market is cluttered and, some of the units have already bought those kind of drones, now the mindset of the army, officers are, like, why I have to pay you more? As a company and as a Indian citizen, I have a way to do things and drive my company towards. So in that way, we are very clear in what are the components we use for the Indian Army. If not India, then like maybe like some European countries or somewhere like we bring the sensors, things like that are essential for the Indian Army. In that way, we make sure that all the critical components we avoid using the neighbor countries, and we use it in a proper way, which will be eligible. To do that, of course, I am relying on some countries' components, sensors, importing. So naturally the cost is going to be very high. And of course, I have to put my own margin and stuff. So say even like you put like 10%, 20% of margin. Again, the problem comes with the requirement is like not clearly understanding the entire requirement properly and just copy paste of certain things are happening over there in the tenders also. Kamikaze drone. What's the application of a kamikaze drone? Kamikaze drone is basically you add a payload like and you just fly, identify a target, go hit the target, destroy it. How a company can give a 5-year warranty and AMC for a drone? Now this is where the challenge comes. The drone is meant for flying and crashing. Tomorrow any officer, anybody can put their hands, after the training can fly, it can go and crash. But the problem what we as an industry people face is, it is under warranty. It got crashed. You replace. Now, okay, one drone you will replace, 2 drones you will replace. How many drones you will replace? Right? This is the question. So, as a company, what I will do if I need to be bounded, of course, it's under warranty. So, whatever the man-made mistake or like whatever mistake, it got crashed. Now, we are the company who are bounded to give them the solution and close this issue. So we are forced to invest our own money. What is the profit we derived from that? We are investing again, making the drone again good and providing. But how long do you think in 5 years timeline this can continue? Not possible, right? So how I as a company will survive if I do that without increasing the cost of single product? So if it is a 100 rupees product, naturally I will put 200 rupees because at least one time you break, I need to survive with that 200 rupees. Plus, I need some margin, so I'll put 220, 230 rupees. That's how we survive. But the thing is, army is not understanding that because somewhere somebody has sold them very cheaper, products from the neighbor. So they are putting that as a benchmark. No, that's not the benchmark. Quality product comes only with price, right? So this is where like something I want to, because it's a panel and got an opportunity to put in front of people. So I'm trying to put it this very clear. If you want a quality product, if you want a neighbor product and things, reliable things, you have to pay the price. Then only the products can come. And of course, you also have to think before for the warranty and the AMC period you are asking. If it's a 1-year warranty, by default, our company, we give every drone by default 1-year warranty and AMC is included. But the moment it comes to 2nd-year warranty, 2nd-year, 3rd-year warranty, 4th year, 5th year, we have to add 10%, 20%. With age, the components also age, right? And definitely some other crashes happen. We are bound to replacement, of all those things. So which means naturally the cost will go high, right? 10%, 20%, 30% as the year goes, AMC cost will go, warranty will go. So this I want to address with respect to the costing part, okay? So with respect to academics, what is the challenges as an industry we are facing is the skilled manpower. Because our company is it's not like our company, any company is not a place majorly for research. So you have to do your homework over there in the academics where you are doing your engineering. So what is my request is institutions should not only include drone technology as a subject, as a 3-credit course or a 4-credit course. They have to have a degree courses also. And it's not only theory you teach them, you also have to teach them the practical. Put the lab, drone lab should be made mandatory for all engineering institutions across the country, so that we get skilled manpower from the country. Let the government form NIT as a hub. Let us work as a hub and spoke model, NIT as a hub. Let them identify some 100 institutions across Punjab or nearby states or something, where the government can give the fund to NIT as a hub, and that hub can identify the spoke and give the fund for establishing such kind of center of excellence, where the students should get the hands-on experience for understanding this technology and practical building drones. Unless and until here they don't learn the basics and come with some kind of innovative ideas, they can't do very well in companies. Because in industry, we can provide you an environment. We can provide you whatever the components you want, we can do that. But you have to come with an idea of the product. Here you can develop product, or it's even I would suggest every BTech, MTech or PhD along with your research paper publications, one product development should be mandatory, should be made as a mandatory. Because otherwise innovation cannot happen. We cannot compete with the developing countries and bring some innovations, and all those things cannot happen. So all this innovation, product development has to start from the engineering side, college side. Let the research paper publication can be reduced. Say 2 paper means reduced to 1 paper. But put one product as a mandatory. Let it not be a finished product, but at least a POC. At least a proof of concept product. We are not asking finished product. You come with a POC to company will help you to develop it as a product. And we can maybe meet the requirements of BSF or CRPF or Army. Anything can happen over there, right? So this is my request from the industry to the academic institution, that you have to find this direction to enrich the students with the technology knowledge, so that a lot of innovations and things can happen. Thank you.
Any more inputs?
Sir, I have a question. So my question was, is there any work being done on kamikaze underwater drones? And what type of problems you face for underwater surveillance? And what are the practices you are doing right now for that?
Underwater, we are not dealing it with right now. Maybe Coast Guard or Navy.
No, I came from Gurdaspur, so there are some rivers.
Some rivers I know, sir.
Yeah, so for that I was asking, is there any practices you are doing, or there is any voids or problems you are facing for that?
Those are perennial rivers. Only for 2 months there is a flood-like situation. Otherwise, it is a very dry surface. I have served there for some years.
So there isn't any problem?
There is not such a problem.
There is a drone from kamikaze underwater drones.
Just for the record, we have used underwater sensors.
Sensors we are using.
Although not in Gurdaspur, we have used it on a trial basis. We have procured and then we started using it. But then we came to know that these kind of technologies, they were not matured enough for the kind of situations that we face at the border. Those sensors that we procured was basically underwater sensors. They were called single hydrophone based underwater sensor. So they were basically capturing any sound under the water.
So you want to.
Dhubri, I believe, right?
Yes.
Old
So they were basically for placid waters. So wherever BSF is deployed, we have waters that is having immense amount of current. So it is not actually practical to place the sensor there and keep it steady. That is one reason, and they are just capturing sounds. So when there is current, you constantly have those sensors bringing false alarms. Otherwise, we don't have anything to monitor in water. Even if something is happening, they are not aware.
Sir, for the land surveillance and for underground surveillance, what are the practices you are doing right now for identifying the tunnels being dug? Not at the starting point, but if there is any tunnel being dug, which you are not able to identify prior.
This is not the right platform to discuss all these sensors and devices we are using on ground. Whenever you
Actually, we are trying to mitigate the issues which we are getting.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Technology, but we have not much technology regarding the tunnel detection. We use the army equipments, so no army personnel. XR 400, that ground penetration radar.
मैं पूछना चाहता था कि अगर वो प्रॉब्लम आप फेस करते हो टनल डिटेक्ट करने की, अगर उसको हम ड्रोन में लेकर आए तो
लाइए आप डीप सर्च में
just for the record, just for clarity purposes, BSF is a reactionary force. We react to whatever is happening. We don't preempt or prevent. If there is something happening, we react. So whatever equipment or whatever kind of sensors that we use, we always keep the preference that it gives our troops and us enough of reaction time so that we can react in the most appropriate manner. That is the only requirement for any technology that we use.
If you are having some kind of ideas or research on the thing which can be detected through drone under the ground, then you are welcome.
मैं सिर्फ ये पूछ रहा था आप प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हो कि नहीं?
कोई problem is there. Tunnel detection is a big problem.
Maybe I will tell you a little bit about what you.
सर को थोड़ा सा अलग रिएक्शन बताना चाहता हूँ सर. We are immense number of experiences with firms who claims very big, but on ground they don't match their claim with their product. That's why the regulars might have came across the problems which you are telling, that some kind of delay was there while procuring your product. So there should some matching with.
I'm not talking only about my company. I'm talking in general what the drone industry is suffering. It's not like for me like okay, a couple of projects we done and we executed and the officers have recommended. The project is on hold. I don't know for what reason. One project even we are the L1 and we got a drone lab for one the Gurkha rifles like in Dehradun. But again that got now shifted to next year for what reason like we have no idea.
Don't only see the L1. Government agency also look and put your background of firm in its view for preparing for a proposal to for supply order. It is required to be with clear background for dealing with a government agency as army you were telling. Then it is kind necessary to be with fresh and bright background to deal with such defense agencies.
Sir, no, that's fine. See, when we apply only, the first thing is they check, whether it's a proper Indian firm, whether they are startup India, MSME registered, there are certain papers and documents are required. To the initial level to shortlist them and then only they request you to come for the demonstration and other things with the other vendors and compete and try to show who is best and things like those are happening. And yes, you're right, in the sense of like the background check and stuff that happens for DIL, they tell like defense industry license. this is also in the coming days it's going to become mandatory. But again, like getting that DIL, Defense Industry License, not every company can get it also, because as you said, like there IB, RAW, like different agencies background check and other things will happen. But it's a long process, like and the requirement is like you need to have your own manufacturing area, or 30 years of lease should be there, from the manufacturing where you are working. So these are some challenges for startup. For anybody with the investors or a bigger company, they will have their own area, or like they will do a 30 years lease or something.
What we experiencing, our experiences are, firms are not getting close to our requirement. Our problem statement and our problem area is not being dealt by.
Maybe.
That is basic reason. We are not. We are getting delayed in submitting.
I am talking personally. Me who performed, RT performed, and officers recommended. I think so. So that's my personal thing.
I don't think there was
maybe there are firms obviously who promise too much things and they won't be able to deliver it. But we are not like that. Our company is not like that. What we can deliver is only what we can promise. We can promise slow and we can over deliver. That is what we do, but we don't promise false like that.
I think this is policy matter.
Now, just to add, like he had given a solution of tethered drone, right?
Yes, sir.
So government is also saying goodbye to the Lal Salam.
So we have
just to add to that.
Mr. Deepak from SDRF.
When we
not feasible for us to use in border areas.
Good afternoon. Will cover a larger area, so
please.
Yes, sir.
Just to add to this, like he said about the idea of tethered drones, right? Tethered drones. So I'll just give an example. What happened in we were executing a project in 2018. BSF was executing a project which was in connection with the MHA and Supreme Court directions. So when we were executing that project, similarly, because we were not aware of those technologies available in the market, we sort of kind of had these kind of discussions with those players available at that time. And one of the players suggested us about these tethered drones. And we bought those tethered drones, knowing that there has to be a constant power supply till the point from where the tethering starts. And now this project was supposed to be executed in the basin of Brahmaputra. In that vast Brahmaputra, you have to execute this. So how do you get the power to that position where the tethered drone has to be? So these kind of things, that firm, in spite of the fact that they knew it, they hid that. They didn't tell us that you have to exactly put that. So those kind of gaps that happen, then the issues are going to be persistent. It is going to be extrapolated to everybody else, although it is not you, but somebody else did it. So it is going to happen.
So we have two expert others. I think Deepak is waiting and from the Punjab police is also waiting. So I request first of all, we start from this and we are last from.
Good afternoon everyone. मेरा नाम हरविंदर सिंह है, मैं पंजाब पुलिस ड्रोन टीम से हूँ. तो हम जो ड्रोन टीम से ड्यूटी करते हैं, हम मेला ड्यूटी, वीआईपी ड्यूटी, वीआईपी ड्यूटी इवेंट, जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होती है वहाँ पे, तो क्या होता है कि मोबाइल का नेटवर्क भी वहाँ पे नहीं रहता, तो हमें ड्रोन का कम्युनिकेशन भी लॉस हो जाता है. हम भीड़ वाली जगह पे ड्रोन हमारा बिल्कुल भी काम नहीं करता, बहुत शर्मिंदगी का सामना करना पड़ता है. और वहीं पे उन्होंने जो स्टेट डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस होती है, उन्होंने ना प्राइवेट ड्रोन हायर किए होते हैं डीजे के, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे होते हैं वो. ठीक है, उनकी कॉस्ट हमारे ड्रोन से मतलब आधी से भी आधी होती है. ठीक है, तो बहुत मुश्किल का सामना है, स्पेशली कम्युनिकेशन प्रॉब्लम. वो हाथ के ऊपर से ही फ्लाई कर जाएंगे. हमारे ड्रोन को फ्लाई करने के लिए साइज भी बहुत ज़्यादा चाहिए. अभी क्या हुआ, पीछे जब अमृतसर एरिया और पठानकोट एरिया में फ्लड आए हुए थे, तो वहाँ पे जगह मिलती नहीं थी, चारों तरफ पानी ही पानी था. तो फिर देख छत ढूंढनी पड़ती थी जो उस साइज की हो जहाँ से हम ड्रोन फ्लाई कर सके. बड़ी मुश्किल से मिलती थी, तो मतलब के काम की मतलब वो बात बनती नहीं थी. मेनली कम्युनिकेशन प्रॉब्लम, साइज की प्रॉब्लम, और जो वीडियो फीडबैक आती है वो HD आती है, लेकिन जो एंगल होता है बहुत ही कम एंगल में आती है. ठीक है, और जैसे डीजे के ड्रोन है उसमें 4K डाटा कार्ड है उसमें सेव हो जाती है, इसमें ये भी नहीं रहता है. ठीक है, तो हमारी इंडियन मेड कंपनी है उस लेवल के ड्रोन क्यों नहीं बना पा रही है, तो ये मेजर इशू है हमारा. थैंक यू.
पहले क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं सर का.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल. अभी जैसा वो पार्टिसिपेटिंग अपने स्टूडेंट्स हैं तो ही इज सम इशू. I am from Indian Force. Almost on each and every day we have to recover a body from a river or canal in Punjab. So what we do, we launched our boats and we have to launch our deep divers into the river. So sometimes we found the body 20 kilometers away from the incident site. So if we could have some technology like drone is contributing from the air, from the top of the surface, then if any device can be manufactured to identify such kind of bodies or the things under the water. The first one is this, and the another thing is that NDRF is also performing in foreign countries also operational duties. Recently, we conducted many operations in the Myanmar, Japan earthquake, Turkey, Nepal. So we rescued and evacuated many thousands of the persons from there. So suppose there is a building, I will talk in the earthquake scenario. If there is a 4-story building and it gets collapsed, so how we will ascertain that how many victims are under that level of the building? Or still in the scenario of the earthquake, there are the chances of the aftershocks. So can the drone-based technology help us to ascertain that how stable the collapse structure in that at that particular time, so that we during the we launch our team over there when they conduct the operation, so are they safe or not? So if such kind of technology can help of us, then it will significantly save the precious time which will help to save the life. Thank you very much.
I'll answer from sir's question. The Atmanirbhar Bharat thing, has make in India, and the things are happening very recently because of the ongoing incidents, over, let's say, defense, commercial, or different sectors. And the fact is, till now the drone industry is growing every day as we speak, and we are yet to reach to a level where the previous players like DJI has come, because DJI, I would say, they are the first one and the largest market capture player. 70% of the global market they have captured. The kind of support from their government, the R&D team, they have, it's very vast to develop such products and solutions, and plus after manufacturing also the distribution. It's not like, because the product cost can come down only when the distribution is strong. DJI का product हर दुनिया में एक कोने में बेचते हैं, so naturally their cost can be like very less production cost, and they can get good profit. But जो भी company हम इंडिया में अभी बहुत सारे drone companies है, to be precisely like say or like roughly more than 800 to 1000 drone companies are there. But if you see, like most of the companies, maybe 90% are assemblers. वो components लेते हैं, assemble करते हैं and बेचते हैं. That's it. Like they do that. Only maybe like 5-10% are the company. At least वो drone में कुछ तो कुछ product को वो खुद को करते हैं. उसका innovation. Either in the structural design or like aesthetics में or components wise में. That's how slowly it's starting. Now in India, we have motor manufacturers have. Electronic speed control manufacturers, we have. Flight controllers, we do have. Batteries, still the cells are coming, from neighbors, but battery is happening here. But yeah, again the dependency is there. Communication systems are also, people have started working. The telemetry systems and things, data transfers are happening. Now there are few companies who are manufacturing themselves. Only place I would see, like at this point of time, challenge and thing is the remote control. To control the drone and things. Still, I am not finding any Indian company, manufacturing that. Maybe some company can take it as a challenge and can venture it also. The challenge here is any company who creates these kind of components and solutions. they cannot reach to the level of, that kind of company, you're saying DJI kind of company, because the distribution is several lakhs. Here, even if tomorrow I manufacture, a drone, maybe maximum of Indian companies, parts and things, how many drones I can sell in India? Whether I'll be able to sell it to other countries or not. So those are the challenges which will come into picture in terms of costing. ऐसे नहीं है आप बोल रहे हैं लेकिन मतलब HD नहीं है. We Indian companies can customize you drones with HD 4K camera. हम भी कर सकते हैं लेकिन दे सकते हैं लेकिन for army also we are doing like HD cameras and 4K everything we can integrate. Cost wise please don't compare because DJI is DJI, they are already world leaders, they have money, they have funds, they have distribution networks, they can keep the margin less, like they can still grow a company. But being a bootstrap or small startup company in India, none of these companies can afford to compete with that pricing because still we are not manufacturing the chips or like PCB boards and things. Still we are procuring things here and there, but आपका requirement तो meet हो जाएगी. That I can guarantee. Whatever you say, the endurance, the height, video clarity चाहिए, image clarity चाहिए, communication में disruption नहीं होना चाहिए. Like we can increase.
मेजर प्रॉब्लम है ही कम्युनिकेशन का. कम्युनिकेशन लॉस होगा ही होगा. जब गैदरिंग होती है ना तो कम्युनिकेशन नहीं आता है. 500 मीटर जाएगा ड्रोन वापस आ जाएगा.
I'll tell you why. Because the drone operating frequency is 2.4 GHz frequency. 5.8 is mostly video है. वो वीडियो के लिए होती है. 2.4 कम्युनिकेशन नॉर्मली रेडियो फ्रीक्वेंसी का 2.4 and 5.8 इज फॉर द वीडियो ट्रांसफर के लिए मोस्टली यूज होती है.
डीजे में ऐसे क्या होता है कि उसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी लॉस नहीं होती?
नहीं, सी इट्स नॉट लाइक फ्रीक्वेंसी लॉस. देयर आर cases I can also show you. DJI drones have gone out of control and communication and crash. Lot of cases are there like in their company also, but it is very less comparatively to any other company.
सर हमने देखे वो बहुत अच्छे से काम कर रहे थे.
हाँ बिल्कुल सर. As I said before, like their R&D team itself like in 1,000 numbers. Where none of the companies here in India can have 1,000 numbers in R&D team.
हमारे ऑफिसर्स ने कहा हमें कि डीजे लेवल के कोई इंडियन मेड ड्रोन हो, उनकी कोटेशन हमें लाके दो. बहुत थोड़ी हमें ऐसी नहीं भी. अगर आप कोई सजेस्ट कर सकते हो उस लेवल को हम मीट कर पाते हो तो प्लीज हमें बताइएगा.
सर यहाँ पे दो चैलेंजेस मैं बता दूंगा.
सर इस टाइप को प्रॉब्लम को मैंने रियल लाइफ में सोल्व किया है. एक्चुअली मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस के साथ में काम कर रहा हूँ आईटी एक्सपेरिमेंट. तो एक स्मार्ट कार्ड RFID रीडर में जो कम्युनिकेशन था, जो कभी जैसे कभी विंटर वेकेशन में विंटर सीजन में कभी सनलाइट प्रॉब्लम जो होता था उसमें हमारा सिग्नल जो है वीक आता था, जिसके कारण हमारा स्मार्ट कार्ड डिटेक्शन जो था प्रॉब्लम होती थी. कोई फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स आ गया, स्मार्ट पर्सनालिटी आया इंडिया के साथ में, तो वो हम बोल नहीं सकते हैं कि स्मार्ट कार्ड को फ्रंट कर दो या कभी वॉलेट में जा सकता है. तो मैंने इस प्रॉब्लम को करने के लिए AI में मैंने स्टडी किया था. मैंने इस पर रिसर्च करके मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया अभी राइट नाउ हाल में. वो है एक रैंडम फॉरेस्ट एल्गोरिथम आया है AI के साथ. तो उसमें क्या होता है, एक मॉडल होता है अपने डेटा को, जैसे सपोज दैट मुझे यहाँ इस कंडीशन में सिग्नल वीक आएगा. जैसे इन्होंने बताया कि जब वेदर होता है, जो वेदर होता है, तो हम जो AI जो होता है 4 स्टेज में काम करता है. इनिशियलाइजेशन, ट्रेनिंग, डिसीजंस, प्रेडिक्शन, रिजल्ट. तो हम जो मेरा प्रॉब्लम है हमने उसको इनिशिएट करेंगे. जैसे हमारा वेदर प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, गैदरिंग प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, जो भी कंडीशंस है उस कंडीशंस पे हमने AI को ट्रेन कर लिया. जब हमारा सिग्नल वीक आएगा, हमारा ये AI जो है ऑटोमेटिक कॉल करके सिग्नल को बूस्ट कर देगा और ये कंडीशन हैंडल हो जाएगा. मैंने ये चीज सेम PM ऑफिस में मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया. इसीलिए मुझे मैं अभी राइट नाउ सबका गैदर कर रहा था, तो मुझे लगा कि मैं हो सकता है मैंने उस एल्गोरिथम का नाम है रैंडम फॉरेस्ट एल्गोरिथम AI के साथ में. और जो इसका लाइब्रेरीज है मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप लोग लिख लीजिए. मैंने हाल फिलहाल मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया है वेका 3.0. इसका लाइब्रेरीज है, इंटीग्रेटेड है जावा के साथ. अब टेक्नोलॉजी आप देख लीजिएगा, हमने जो काम किया वो जावा के साथ में है और उसको AI के साथ में जो इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ लाइब्रेरी दैट इज वेका 3.0. अभी राइट नाउ एकदम फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने इसको इंडिया के लिए मैंने प्रपोज किया. मैंने इसको 6 मंथ मैंने काफी हार्डवर्क किया था. ये मेरे लिए चैलेंज था कि भाई अपने इंडिया को ये पर्सनालिटी लूज होगा. किसी का स्मार्ट कार्ड बना, कोई फॉरेन से आ रहा है, किसी का डिटेक्ट हो रहा है, किसी का नहीं हो रहा है. तो ये मैंने किया.
Sir, to answer your issue, like I'm not sure like which company has provided you the service. Okay. Okay, the thing is, we do have a technology called AFDHS, that is Automatic Frequency Digital Hopping System, in the remote controls. Which means, what is hopping means? Hopping means, it's jumping from one frequency band to another frequency. अगर एक frequency में traffic है, वो identify किया, वो अपने आप दूसरा frequency, तीसरा frequency करके jump करेगा.
सर उसमें 8 चैनल है, हम चैनल चेंज करके देखते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी बाकी
वो ऑटोमेटिक करेगा.
हाँ, so ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ. There are different. I'm not sure about the Idea Forge. Idea Forge का शायद उनका remote भी वो छोटा joystick वाला है ना? That's not the actual remote. That's a joystick, gaming joystick है वो actually. They depended on the tripod, antenna to provide the communication and things. What I am trying to tell you is a proper remote control GCS system which has an inbuilt transmitter, receiver, and video. Everything will be there. And those kind of systems have the hopping range more. The more the hopping range, आपका jamming बहुत कम होगा, क्योंकि मेला में क्या होगा, सब लोग मोबाइल फोन्स ये वो वगैरह यूज करते हैं, नेटवर्क सिग्नल्स वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा होगा, because मोबाइल फोन also Wi-Fi and all those things operate on similar 2.4 GHz, उतना ही है, वही frequency में काम करेगा. So definitely there is chances of like a signal interference and things that can happen. And Idea Forge का आपका and लाइन ऑफ साइट में होना चाहिए. आपको लाइन ऑफ साइट नहीं है तो आपको कम्युनिकेशन डिसरप्ट वहां पे होगा, राइट? सो either you have to put the tripod and antenna on a top building or somewhere, always the line of sight will be there. आपको बिल्कुल नहीं होगा. आप नीचे उसको सेट कर दिया क्राउड के बीच में and you try to operate, then definitely.
सर फतेहगढ़ साहब में ड्यूटी करते हैं, वहाँ पे जो एंटीना लगाया जाता है वो कम से कम वो एक ना टेला होता है, जैसे मिट्टी का अपना वो पहाड़ के टाइप होता है, वो खुद ही ऑलरेडी वो 25-30 मीटर हाइट पे है. उसके ऊपर हम एंटीना लगाते हैं.
I can't comment that companies and things, but we can provide you a solution if that is the serious problem for you. Like want to replace, we'll be happy to replace, because see, end of the day, DJI is something even many of the governments are banning. Even in Indian government, the in general, import of any drone is banned. And especially these drones also is completely banned because it's from the neighbor country, and a lot of issues are there where they are spying and they are utilizing the data, they are taking the data in one way or the other. So a lot of countries have found, they have done some research, they are stopping. Even I would request even BSF, CRPF, like Army, even many places, even I do see, they are comfortable with DJI. I truly agree, because that's the best product you will find in the market, very handy, very easy to handle and stuff. But at the same time, when it comes to privacy and other things, you don't have any control. You are giving the data to them like in hand, like for free. So in that way, I would suggest stop using DJI. Okay, this is a platform I got, so I will request them. And even if an Indian company customized drone, please go for it. थोड़ा सा बड़ा है तो भी adjust कर लीजिए. With time, definitely it will optimize, and I believe with the young engineers coming up, like new solutions and new things will come into picture. So definitely वो size reduction और quality में बहुत कर सकते हैं. But currently what I can say is वो quality match कर सकते हैं, but not on the size. We can give you the same kind of quality of work, quality of outputs and everything, not at the same size. Maybe the size might differ because the systems will be a little bigger. Like
दूसरी में और क्या जाता है, जैसे बैटरी चार्जिंग वो 3 आवर 2 आवर 1 आवर लेती है. जैसे DJI के हैं वो बहुत ही कम चार्जिंग, एक सीट होती है वो उसमें लगाकर आधे घंटे में.
DJI will fly for only 30 minutes or maximum 40 minutes or 45 minutes. उससे ज़्यादा कोई भी ड्रोन नहीं होगा. It's not only DJI, all over India, all over the world, यही है इशू. बैटरी का एक मेजर इशू है. Even we flown the maximum we reached at high altitude is 65 minutes for Indian Army, 17,000 feet altitude में. Maybe other local यहाँ पे ground level MSL में आप देखा तो शायद वो हम लोग 65 को maybe 75 minutes, 80 minutes भी achieve कर सकते हैं. That's a maximum we can do with a multi-rotor kind of drone. Otherwise long time आपको fly करना है, tether is the only option. And यहाँ पे सर का request, water के अंदर में 2 things you can try. One is, we work on multispectral. There is something called multispectral. There is a RGB. RGB multispectral में क्या फर्क है? RGB visible light spectrum में ही data capture करेगा 400 to 700 nanometers. But multispectral, we can capture the data beyond visible spectrum of light, what we can see through our eyes, beyond the 700 nanometers. वो बैंड भी यूज कर सकते हैं, but in the visible spectrum also the blue band is there. ब्लू बैंड होती है, वो वाटर को मैपिंग करने के लिए नॉर्मली यूज करते हैं. सो वी कैन गो डेप्थ एंड मैप द वाटर बॉडी. उसके लिए ब्लू बैंड 1 यू कैन ट्राई. सेकंड इज बेथिमेट्री सेंसर. ये बेसिमेट्री सेंसर होती है वो भी वाटर को अंडर 3D मॉडलिंग एंड मॉडलिंग करने के लिए if you are able to model under the water and able to get the surface elevations and other things from that like you can try to predict like whether it's a body or something like it comes with experience only. But those are the two options I can think of, like the blue band of multispectral or the bathymetry sensor that can penetrate 50 meters तक like water में penetrate करके you can map it and you can understand. Yes.
So there could be a multimodal approach also, sonar and hyperspectral imaging together. Multimodal reflected and mapped.
Fusion.
Yes.
So for the anti-nose system, such type of work is already working for the standard visual sensor visual. So I think, please.
Because we are having another lecture of Professor Wong. It was very interactive session which we found. What I learned from the discussion, because I was observing each and every person, problem is there and the solution do exist. Everybody is ready. Everybody is willing to take the solution, but we need to work on certain policies. If you people are ready to provide the data to the researchers, definitely the integrity of the data will be maintained so that we can develop certain systems, as Professor Swagatam has told. That if we get the real-time data, we can just test it, validate it, and can provide the solution, can embed the technology to the drone one. Because he is into the manufacturing, we are into giving the solutions, the software development, certain solutions which can be embedded to the drone technology and can finally be given to the end users, maybe anyone. So the key issue is the policies, time-taking process, and actually who need the solution is not the part of the person who is basically finalizing the things. Like they are having the problem, लेकिन ये लोग खरीदने वाले नहीं हैं. They are the end users. They cannot share their problem to the person who is basically making a deal. वो अपनी problem अगर वहाँ बताएंगे तो definitely they will be getting the solutions. They can invite number of vendors and can have a better solution. They can invite the number of people if they allow them to give their problem, the real problems on the ground. So definitely solution do exist. It means we have to work together. We have to work in not in silos. We have to identify the problem and we have to not limit ourselves on the table. We have to move the papers, certain channels, which I conclude. If you agree, I think this is basically maybe the solution. The win-win situation or win-win solution for both. Solution is there, problem is there. We need to.
Sir, if you allow, I think I will request to BSF and the NDRF team. If you allow us to integrate with the industry people, we can take the data in the real time on the ground. We will visit for 2 or 3 days on that area. We will capture that data and we will try to develop our data with the help of industry, and we can do this work in the coming days.
You give it in writing. I will process it, and as I get the approval, I will inform.
Yeah, so that if you have the data, then Professor Swagatam and all the people who are working on the deep learning model, we can do.
Area visit.
So with this conclusion, I think we have to start the new session. Professor Lipwan. Okay.
So we'll take a break.
After 10 minutes we start?
Yeah.
After 5 minutes? Or 10 minutes?
Oh, the 5 minutes. I need more 5 minutes. Do they need 10 minutes? Because I just need to set up. Yeah, I don't need to.
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है सर एक बार
सेटअप कराना
Rely on
rely on the national thing. Because this is the key thing, I think, what you mentioned. Data security is very important. And I think we don't know, of course, we don't know cost. Cost versus security. And then other thing that you mentioned is, instead of public policy much, you should go for the
lens. Okay. So again, good afternoon. We are fortunate that Professor Liko Wang from NTU Singapore is with us. We are delayed, but we don't want to skip an important lecture by Professor Liko Wang. It is, the people rarely get the opportunity to meet him personally and even listen him personally. I think most of you might have explored the Google and seen the profile of Professor Liko Wang. So without wasting much time, I request Professor Liko Wang to deliver his keynote address in SoCTA-2025. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I will start my talk. Yeah, I'm going to talk about my work on biomedical image processing and EEG classification. Since we are sort of running late, and I'm going to talk about the biomedical image processing mainly. Yeah. So recently I started working with some biologists, biological science researchers, some medical researchers, and there is a center in NTU. It's called molecular image. I forgot the exact name. It's called IDMS. Okay, so I'm a member there, and the director is Dee, and the center is funded by the Singapore Ministry of Education. It's a multi-million-dollar thing, and so I'm just a small part of it. So my job would be to process the images produced by these biological scientists. Okay, so this is one of the things that they produce. You can see there are two videos on the screen. You can see there's these dots, these bright dots. Sometimes they're on and sometimes they're off. And you can see that they are on and off with different lengths of time. And so you can see that these are kind of a boring kind of video. So you wonder what is it all about. It is a video from from what they call DNA paint. Okay, so the DNA paint stands for DNA points accumulation for imaging in nanoscale topography. Okay, so that's a DNA paint. So what they do is they try to put in some molecule, some base in the liquid, and then they try to bind with some DNA. Because different DNA will bind the same with a different property. They bind and then they dislocate, and then they may probably bind again. So that's why you see these on and off images. And then from these on and off sequences, and also from the dots, the brightness and the size of the dots, and then it contains the information of what kind of DNA it is. You know, for example, you can do COVID. You can do COVID analysis if the COVID virus would bind and then would not bind, and then you can differentiate by just looking at this video. It's possible to see whether the virus is actually what kind of DNA. Okay, so this is this is called the DNA paint. And my job is they tell me, you know, before they take this picture, they tell me what kind of DNA it is, and then take the video, and then they give me a whole bunch of videos with different kind of DNA virus, and then they basically they give me these label, the videos with the label, and then they want me to train AI models to classify these videos. So I would look at the video, the model would say, okay, this is a COVID virus, and there is another virus, different viruses. So my job is to train model for this purpose. And it sounds like a straightforward task. However, we tried using the sort of the off-the-shelf, state-of-the-art models. You know, for example, is the first one. So I can't. Is there any way I can point? I can point somewhere. Maybe there is a laser point or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's some laser point. Yeah.
Yeah. The laser point.
Oh.
Just
this one.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So you can see that these are the bunch of AI models that we use to train this this video data, and then we try to classify. And you can see that this is ED, TCN, squeeze time, and this one is a video transformer. And also we tried a 3D ResNet. So you can see we have listed their accuracy versus time required for testing. So you can see that the accuracy is not that high for these models. So there's a range from 72% all the way 73, 74. The best is 80%. Yeah, but it requires enormous amount of time to train. So we say that, you know, that 80% is not very nice. So what we did is we tried to come up with a new model, which we call T2C CNN. T2C stands for channel to context. Okay, so temporal to context convolutional neural network. This model, I can tell you a little bit about the detail in the next slides. So we have tried to change some of the things in the CNN model, and then put in some temporal information and contextual information, and then you can see that the accuracy come up dramatically. so you can see that normally, when you try to compare different models, the difference is not that, not that great. So for example, we compare these state-of-the-art models. The difference is just a few percent, but our improvement is like 16%, which is quite big. And this work is published in Nature Communication. So what we did. It doesn't move.
Yeah, Professor.
Yeah.
You can use this.
Oh, this one. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah. So this model we proposed is called T2C CNN. Basically, we introduced a few changes to the CNN model. For example, we have shallow cross-block skip links. So this one we skip the blocks and from here to here. So this is the kind of like the ResNet model. We also have long temporal convolutions, and also we have pooling-free design. As you know, the CNN has pooling. Different pooling. Basically, average the neighboring. Sorry, I developed a cold somehow. Yeah. So. Yeah, we basically have pooling in the CNN, and we find that it's for our data, and it's better to have no pooling at all, and it's much better. So after these changes, we find that the performance is very much improved. Basically, we would think that why do we need to do these things for this data? So basically, we know that the current machine learning models are developed based on free of charge, a large number of usual data. For example, the everyday objects, for example, cats and dogs. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of them. You got billions of data you can train, and the models are trained based on these data. It may not work. It may not be optimized for our kind of data, and also our data is not so much. The data they can produce is not so much. Usually a few videos and. Maybe 80 images, maybe 100 images, that kind of order. So it's not so much data. Yeah. So basically the IDMS produce high value. It takes a long time. Yeah, it's just amazing that how much time these biologists need to invest in order to get some data for us to train. It's not like we can download gigabytes of data, but these people just work, and they can give us a few or 10 or 100, that kind of thing. So it's not so abundant. So we think that these kind of data require special treatment, maybe specialized models for them. Okay, so this is another. So these are done by. Done by these professors. This is my postdoc. This is Professor Torsten's postdoc. So we got basically collaborated with Professor Torsten, and this one is in collaboration with Professor Zhao Wenting, And what she did is a nano-Peter array images. So these are all nano-scale images, very small, and these things are just one cell. Okay, so one cell, and these dots are pillars. So they have these nano-pillars that are sticking out. So what the Professor Zhao is trying to show is that you put the cells onto these nano-pillars, and somehow these nano-pillars would stick their hands into the cell, and somehow the cell would deform, and then somehow the property will show up more clearly. It's not very clear so far. It's not very clear why, but from her experiment, her student experiment, that seems to be true, because she has shown this with different cells and different problems. For example, this one is for disease classification. So this one is for some kind of disease. I forgot what kind of disease it is. It may be some cancer disease. Okay, so they basically show these things in with a healthy cell versus a diseased cell, and also they show this with nano-Peter and without nano-Peter. Okay, so they try to see this, and we have shown, because we use a different kind of machine learning model, and we have shown that the images taken by using nano-Peters are much more will result much more better machine learning models, and there was higher classification. So this is what we have. For this one, we have 1,000 images, and we get high accuracy for this one. And we didn't have to invent new data, new model, because this cell looks it's not so exciting, but it's kind of normal. Yeah. So this one is for aging. So there are older cells, and they're trying to model, they're trying to simulate the aging process. So basically, they have they get some young cells, and then they put some kind of a chemical in the cell, and then the cell will age, and then we can put them on this nano-Peter and without nano-Peter, and we try to train a model and see which one shows up the aging process more clearly. And it's the same thing, the same thing, same result happens if you use nano-Peter. So this one is with this is with nano-Peter, and if you don't use nano-Peter, you get this kind of stuff. And if you use this kind of images to train a model, compare with the model trained by these images, and these images are much more accurate. Okay, and so they try to do this, and they are also trying to reverse aging. For example, they're trying to test different chemicals, and they put it in and see if the cell will reverse the aging process. And that's like a holy grail. If you invent some drugs or something that can reverse aging, that'd be great. Yeah, I can't wait until for them to succeed. So this is another Professor Guy Bazin, that's the director of the center. They have tested using some kind of small extracellular vesicles. So it's all these vesicles, all molecule level, nanoparticles. Okay, so all nano scale. So what they try to do is they try to use this kind of stuff to do medical diagnosis. Yeah, if for example, if they collect this kind of they call it the extracellular vesicles. they collect this kind of vesicles from different people, like diseased people, healthy people, and then you can try to see the difference. From the eye, using eye is terribly difficult to see, but if you train a machine learning model, it's quite easy to tell. So we use machine learning to do this for them, and the accuracy is 85%, and also it's a very small data set. It's about 50 images, and it takes them forever to come up with the next 50 images. Okay, so we're still waiting for more images. This one is called bacterial cytological images. Okay, it's for antimicrobial resistance, AMR recognition. So the idea for this is that this is about bacterial resistance. Yeah, so if somebody is infected with bacteria, sometimes that bacteria is not so harmful, so we can just tough it out. But some bacteria is really bad. If you don't treat it properly, the person could die. Yeah, so it is really important to treat it as soon as possible. But the problem is, different bacteria requires different antibiotics, and this association is not so easily found, because sometimes the bacteria is very hard to, you can't really tell what bacteria it is causing the infection. So what they do is they have to take the sample. This is what the hospital does. Yeah, they take the sample from the patient, and then they treat it with different antibiotic and see which one works. Okay, if that takes a long time for them to see whether it works or not, and then if it doesn't work, and then they have to try different antibiotic. That takes a long time, and the person could die, or the bacteria could propagate during this process because it was not killed. And the bacteria could propagate to other people. So it is very important to find the right bacteria it's very important to find the right antibiotic for the bacteria as soon as possible. What Professor Bazan is trying to do is that he comes up with these images of the bacteria, right? And then hopefully we can establish a link between the images and the bacteria that works. So this is called the antimicrobial resistance profile. So for each bacteria, they establish a profile, which bacteria works and which one doesn't. So that's what he wants to do. So he comes up with different, and we're trying to use machine learning to learn these profiles. Okay, so of course, the more data we have, the better. But right now, again, we're trying to collect the data, and it takes a long time to collect the data. We're still waiting for the data to come. We have about 50 data points, so far. This one is a camera autofocus. So these people use a lot of microscope. Okay. Yeah, they use a lot of microscope, and they what they want is that they want to have some kind of autofocus scheme. So for example, if the images is like this, it's probably autofocus, and then this one is autofocus, and then this one is autofocus in a different direction. So this is the right arm focus. So what they want is they want us to come up with an AI model and see, which is which, and which image corresponds to how much autofocus, and then they can adjust right away. Yeah. So this one is with Professor Pete toric. Again, the image player is not huge. So yeah, we come up with something that helped them. And this one also was Professor Peter Torok. And what they want to do here is they want to count the number of nanoparticles. For example, this one, they have this picture here, and they want to know how many how many these particles are there. Okay, and for example here, obviously, if you want to count them, it's really hard to count. But if you want to train an AI model to count for you, yeah, that's quite good. So we trained a model to count for them for this purpose. This one is a collaboration with another professor, Atu. It's about the tear film. So it's in our eye. In our eye, the outer layer is called tear film. Okay. Yeah, it's also related to cornea, but I don't know what's the difference between tear film. It's right close to each other. Yeah, I think it's right here. So anyways, he's interested in finding out what kind of chemicals would cause what kind of damage to the tear film. So you know, for example, this kind of acid would cause the tear film to do this, and this kind of chemical would do this, and this kind of olive oil would do this, and then they would want us to come up with a severity trauma severity classification model to classify these images, whether the damage is irreversible or recoverable or no damage. Okay, so basically this is the olive oil is no damage, and this one is recoverable damage, and this one is irreversible damage. So again, this is obviously a very important project, and so far we got only 110 images, and so we got 80% accuracy. It's not very enough, and we're still waiting for them to come up with more images. Okay, so that's with this group of people. We're still the cooperation is still ongoing. Yeah. So this work is done with some medical doctors from hospital. So Dr. Justin Kerr and Dr. Jay Rao, they are neurosurgeons in the Singapore National Neuroscience Institute, and also this Dr. Lim is a neuro radiologist. So what they want us to do is they want us to basically they get the CT images and to show which one has got a brain hemorrhage and what kind of brain hemorrhage. Okay, so they have collected over the years with this kind of different classes and different images, and they want us to train a model to do this, and we did give them such a model, and the model is commercialized by a company to be used in Singapore hospitals. So this is basically the process. This is what they usually do. They come up with somebody got a brain damage, and they come out to the hospital, and then they will take a CT, and then they will decide. They will decide whether to go for surgery. If it's very severe, they will go to surgery. But if it's not so severe, they would do management. Basically, they will conservatively treat the patient without opening up the scalp. So it's much better this way. So this is the idea, and this must be done very quickly. It must be done very quickly, and sometimes, especially for rural areas, they don't have a neuroradiologist. You can see that this Dr. Lim is a neuroradiologist, and usually the hospital would have a radiologist, but to specialize in brain radiologists as neuroradiologists, there are not so many around. So for other radiologists, they may not be so clear about the brain. I mean, they know everything's like a generalist. I mean, they are specialists, but they're sort of in general of the whole body rather than specializing in the brain. So if for some rural areas there's no expert around, and that could cause delay. So this hopefully this model can help them. And we come up with a shallow 3D neural network for this purpose. Basically, we find that you don't need so many layers. It's better not to have so many layers because the image is relatively simple, and it's better. It's better with less. Okay, so this one is also collaboration with doctors in the hospital. This is with Dr. Linya Yip, and he's an eye specialist in the Tan Tock Seng Hospital in Singapore. And he's diagnosing people with glaucoma, okay, with this fundus image. So he would take the fundus image and come up with a diagnosis. So over the years, he accumulated some images, and we trained the model to do this. So we come up with this attention-guided stereo ensemble. So basically, we have he has done a stereo image pair because he's taken images in both eyes. Other doctors, some doctors take only one eye, and he always does two eyes. So we can do stereo processing, and we basically come up with 4 CNN, one for the left eye, one for the right eye. These are without attention, and then we have a left eye with attention, right eye with attention. So we come up with 4 CNN, and we do a committee ensemble, and the classification is the most accurate. Okay, so yeah, so we have an app people can download and try it, because people can buy a very cheap lens, and then put on their mobile phone and take a picture, and then you can use this app to try to diagnose glaucoma. But this project is halted because we have this app developed, but the accuracy is around 70 to 80%. It's not high enough to be exactly useful. So this is other. This is using other images, OCT images, to do glaucoma. Yeah. So I was going to talk about EEG, but I think we are running late, so I just stop here. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions from anyone? Please, Deborah, please.
Thank you so much for this interesting talk. Sir, I have one question that the figure you showed for the cells with treated and untreated. So how the difference, like with the nanopillar?
Yes.
I didn't understand how you were basically discriminating between the healthy one and the diseased one. I didn't get that point.
Oh, okay. Basically, they have the ground truth. So they have the ground truth, and so they know which one is disease and which one is not. So then they take pictures. They take pictures and they give us the image, and they give us the ground truth, so we can train the thing. So we have a whole bunch of images with a label, and then we train the model, and then we use some of the image to train and some of the image to test. So
I got that point. My question is, in that particular image, what are the parameters that you are taking to basically differentiate between the disease and the normal? Because in the figure, eventually I couldn't find such any drastic change or something. That's what I was asking. And what type of image is that? Whether it is a normal microscopic image or a confocal image, what type of image is that? That's what I was also wondering.
It's all microscope. I think it's all microscope images. Let me. I was trying. Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the image, but I can just tell you. So it's kind of interesting. They look at the images and they found by experience if you don't use nanopillar, you just take the image of the cell, and one is disease and one is not disease. It's very hard to tell. There is no virtually there is no difference. Yeah. However, if you put them onto a nanopillar, and then the diseased ones becomes very much wrinkled. For example, if it's a disease, and then the thing becomes wrinkled, and then inside the cell they develop these rings. They develop the rings, and then develop the lines. So they have developed some kind of line that goes from one point to another. So they have a whole bunch of wrinkle and a whole bunch of lines. But the healthy ones have almost no such a thing. You put on the nanopillar, it has very less effect on the cell. So basically, the healthy cell doesn't change when you put on the pillar, and also the aging also is the same. You put the young cell without put on nanopillar, it doesn't change much. But if you put the aged cell onto a nanopillar, it comes with all these wrinkles and lines, and so you can tell clearly that that's the different kind, the two different kinds. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Yeah. Actually, they are trying to figure out, why does it do that? So they're trying to think, why would a disease cell or aged cell develop these lines and wrinkles when you put on a nanopillar, and why the healthy ones doesn't. So they're trying to figure it out, and hopefully they can come up with some new science. So that's how they discover new science, biological or medical knowledge. Yeah, very important.
Thank you, Professor Wan. Any more questions?
Yes.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
The model you have used for analysis, these four models. So my question is, are they specifically for images, or is it applicable for another data set?
So which four?
So in
the first page,
the flowchart kind of diagram that you showed. Yeah. Basically, my question is, which technique, ML technique, or which technique is that those models are using?
This one, right?
Yeah. This EDC and squeeze video on this one.
These ones are all for videos, basically videos. Basically, video, like Professor Swanka mentioned this morning, a video is just a whole bunch of images you taken in succession, right? So that's a video. So these ones are just for these video images, and they all have, for static image you can use CNN or transformer, right? So they basically put in some temporal dimension to take care of the temporal information. So these are for videos, for basically for image sequences. Yeah. So 3D is like that. So static image is like 2D image. If you make it 3D, it's like the temporal dimension is added. Yeah. Right.
Any more questions? I think there are no questions, and Professor Wong has already provided the email ID. If you are having any issues or questions, concerns, you can write to him, and he will be happy to answer your queries in time. So thank you, Professor Wong. I know this is a hectic schedule for you. You are here, this late night, and the whole day you are with us, and finally you concluded with your talk. It was wonderful, and it is always, appreciated to listen to you. And thank you so much. And
thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. Yeah, it's my pleasure to come here. It's really nice to see everybody. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So how do I quit? Yeah. How do I quit this thing? Yeah. Oh, there's three.
SBI का मैं आपको देता हूँ, वो पक्का कीजिए Professor Rajiv Kant is going to chair the session for the oral presentation.
Predicting portfolio turning in the stock market. So it has been.
Here's the guy, one way. Suppose I'm.
Yeah. So this is going to be the agenda of my.
A lot more than there are
stock market prediction has been a challenge for. It has been a problem for a long time. And with the as the data are increasing, and with the financial data now, with the advancement of technology, now we have a lot of data, and now the technology for analysis and the models, various models are available. In that context, there are certain theories that have been proposed by scholars in the past. So it started with the CFPM model that explained the returns, and then it was later developed further by the scientists, Farmer and French. So they gave Farmer French models, so by adding these two values to the risk premium, size and value factors. So based on that, we used to predict stock market return. But with the as we have now data available, these kind of models have not been tested much in the machine learning applications, particularly in the context of Indian stock market. That's the context of my study here. So my objectives are to evaluate the predictive power of Farmer French model, market risk premium, size, value, and momentum. These are the four factors that has to be tested with the help of machine learning. So to compare machine learning, second objective is to compare the machine learning model with the traditional OLS regression model, and using these 6 portfolios. Basically these are SV, SN, SG, BV, BN, BG. So S stands for small, B stands for value portfolio, and neutral, G for growth portfolio, and B is for big, V again value, neutral and growth portfolio. So they are the comparison of OLS regression model and the ML models with respect to these 6 portfolios. So the application of ML model will be able to test the robustness of the farmer French model, and also this will help bridge the gap by testing the farmer French model with the help of machine learning techniques. So it's from the literature we come to know that across the world various researchers have proposed that machine learning models are helpful in explaining the stock market predictions. So there are various models, tree-based models and deep learning techniques. So they have been used, but there are limited study in the context of farmer French models whenever it is been tested in the Indian stock market. So to test that. So this is the gap. So for this, the data was collected for daily survivorship bias that was collected from the Agarwala et al. 2013. They have generated this data for around from 1993 to 2099. So this data is a big, the data set for these 4 factors. And we have taken and divided these factors for 6 portfolios, small cap portfolios and the big large cap portfolios. So these 4 factors are basically, these are the market risk premium where the return is at the market price and the risk-free rate of return. So that's what we call risk premium. Size is small minus big portfolio return, and value is also the portfolio return for the those who are having the higher value and the lower side of the value. Momentum is basically those return between the poorly performing, the best performing portfolio minus the poorly performing stocks in the portfolio. So these are the 4 factors that the data has been used. And the model I have used these linear model OLS, Ridge, Lasso, and non-linear model ML models like random forest. These are tree-based models, XGBoost, light GBM supporting vector machine, supporting vector regression model. So this was pre-processed for the missing values outlier were kept using 1.5 IQR range, and data standardized techniques by standard scaler, and then rolling window approach for the time series data set. And this was tested for 80-20 train test split rule with the 42 seed random seed value, and then later it was hypertuned with the grid CV method. So these are the exploratory results where the returns you find that small SPM values are negative, but the most of the values are returned for these variables are positive. And if you look at the correlation matrix, most of the values are non-correlative, but some small neutral return are highly correlated with the other small or neutral portfolios. So mostly there is a volatility during the crisis period, and then they are somewhat stable. So there is a volatility pattern, but that's not the big, majorly different across the portfolios. So the result from all the models is that basically we find that the R-square value is most of the portfolios are more than 0.85. So, but there is a difference that I will explain here. For the OLS regression, large cap portfolio with high R-square value 0.97 for big growth, and low LMS value for 0.4816 big portfolio, and these are reliable for linear regression. And similarly, Ridge, Lasso, and these tree-based model like light GBM, they are very good for small portfolios, and XGBoost is for small portfolios, and also SPR is also having good accuracy value. So we found that a linear model are only good for the large cap portfolios, but for true-based models are good for small cap portfolios, prediction of returns for small cap portfolios with the higher R-square values. And from the shape analysis, which is basically to detect the most dominating factor. So market risk premium is again the most dominating factor while we are predicting the portfolio. These are value-based factors also influence, but they are the lesser in priority. While we are calculating the Sharpe ratio prediction, so T-based model predicts Sharpe ratio more accurately, while the linear model doesn't address that very well. So from here we have the comparison. Again, we are seeing the risk, market risk premium is the majorly dominating. That explains the return very well. And while the momentum-based portfolio is not, momentum-based factor doesn't explain that well. So, so here is again, so that what I said earlier. A random forest model, XGBoost, like GBM were performing somewhat in line with the actual ratios. These are the first column tells you the Sharpe ratios actually that we get and the predicted ratios. So they are all somewhat similar, but linear model doesn't are not that close to the actual values. So linear model performs better in terms of the portfolio that when we have big value, big neutral, big growth and small growth portfolio. For non-linear model capture the complexity of the data set whenever there is multicollinearity and also non-linearity in the data. So that is then LIGBM XGBoost is good for a portfolio like SV small cap values and small neutral values. So survivorship bias were also tested. Basically, this is the bias when we are testing those companies that have survived over the period of time. And to minimize that, we might have, if the data is not adjusted, we might have bias for the companies with that are only the surviving. So for that bias is when we are compared with the non-survivorship bias companies. So we found that there is no much difference between these these two set of data sets. So so finally we conclude that we also conclude that ML model enhance financial forecasting in emerging market, but traditional model also has somewhat relevance for explaining the linear relationships. So, so linear models are more interpretable and reliable for large cap portfolios. Linear models capture complex relationships in small portfolios. Market risk premiums dominates spread across the all portfolios using shape analysis. ML models enhance financial forecasting in emerging markets, but traditional models remains relevant for linear relationships. So ML model improves the accuracy and linear model for better. That's what I've said. So in the future scope, we can explore more about incorporate additional factors like interest rate, inflation, and global risk appetite. These sort of factors we can accommodate, and also we can use deep learning architecture like LSTM or other later version of the transformer models in the time series data set. So that was for my side, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we have maybe a couple of questions. So anybody have any questions here? So I have one question actually for you.
Yes, sir.
So how do you validate your model actually? So I'm wondering, for example, you work with the data sets of this Indian stock market. So if the model which you presented, if I use that model for US stock market with the same portfolio data, for example, how would it work actually? So like, I wanted to know like the validation of the model that you talked about. Can you tell me something about that?
Okay, so there are techniques like we have cross validation. During hyperparameter tuning, there various methods actually. Like I used grid search CV. There are random search CV also. So there are certain parameters. Like we split data set into the five segments. So then we compare with each segment, and that will give you the better result. And the useful, the best predictive model will give you the idea that how is it going to be like. So this is how, basically that's the hyperparameter tuning of the model. So this is how we validate.
Yeah. So maybe the future work could be, maybe you can take the same portfolio data from different stock market and you run your model and see like how it is working.
Yes.
So this could be, I think, one of the. So thank you so much actually.
Thanks.
Yeah. So if anybody have any other questions here? Yeah, please. Just to press this stop and then press stop.
So my question is regarding future scope as well. So I know that in ML for stock price prediction, we typically model it as a time series forecasting, right?
Yeah.
But in actual stock price, in the market, news coming in plays a major role, right?
News?
So for example, we may predict that based on some current event that happened, the market may go down or up. So is there a way to model this into the architecture, say in terms of deep learning, or would we go into agentic AI?
So actually this is a very typical problem. But what I can say, if you look at the broader trend or for the larger time frame, maybe we not be very specific for a small segment like intraday trading or something like that. It will be very difficult because that's very erratic. So for if you look at the broader trend, maybe we will be close to the accuracy. We will never be exact, but it will be better using decision making these kind of models. This is very useful. For particularly specific day, I don't think it will be very. I mean, that will be like predicting the exact future.
I think you have really asked a very typical, and it's right that the other factors actually, the time stamped data we are considering here, but like the other context-aware things are very important also. And if we consider, for example, I think if you remember Lipo just a while ago, he was talking about two fused methods actually, and one is like he said that temporal to context-aware. So T2C he was talking about.
Actually in stock market, whatever, it is assumed that the prices reflect all the information. It is assumed. So when we are taking the data for the larger time frame, so it will be adjusting itself in a way. But if you are saying suddenly something happens to the stock market goes down, so that kind of prediction, I don't think that will be even possible to model. Maybe it may be possible.
But the real fact is it is happening. For example, Trump said one sentence, one Twitter will go down, everything down.
So
this is happening. Donald Trump said one line of something he said, and then the whole world is like, just this is going on. So I think this is a good thing to consider actually in the processing or like integrating. So that is always. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So much.
How does this?
So I think the last paper, so please go ahead. And I think for this we don't have so much time, so we little bit 10 minutes presentation and few minutes question answer.
Can you?
Passive signal optimization using AI, and it will be presented by Dr. Madhunendra Kumar. So please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you have like little 10 minutes time, and then maybe you can go on your architecture. Mostly focus on the literature and like state of the art.
Good evening, all of you. Right now, I am going to present a paper, Next Generation Smart Card Passive Signal Optimization using AI. I think that first of all, signal weak is problem everywhere. We are getting problem. According to right now, actually I am same as problem inside of PMO office right now. I am working with the project ID Access Management System.
Play the talk button there. I think it is talk button in the microphone.
Hello.
It's on.
This is a real-time problem implemented inside of PMO office IT access management system. Actually, problem was real-time not getting a signal. Sometimes signal is getting weak, sometimes getting is best. But actually, client requirement is anyhow we have to maintain a signal is strong, because their personality of faces are supposed that coming inside of office, we cannot argue signal is weak anything. Where I was working as a research and development project manager, according to conditions, I implement. Next. Right. This is outline of our project, abstract, background and motivations, methodology, proposed work and result analysis and conclusions. In recent time, we are facing some operational challenges in achieving ideal smart card passive signal detection on RFID during system monitoring and display. By using AI random forest algorithm, we have addressed this communication issue, enabling dynamic optimization of signal strength and parameter adjustment. Proposed paper will achieve optimized signal strength during time of weak signal detect according to AI automatic process decision with tuning hardware parameter like antenna size, coil turns, frequency, reader power. After implement this concept, a smart card and RFID communication will be established ideal time monitoring and display system. Regarding we use the methodology are combined with the AI random forest algorithm, passive signal RFID reader, a smart card designed to achieve optimized signal strength during time of weak signal detect according to AI automatic process decision with tuning hardware parameter like of antenna size, coil, frequency and power. Methodologies are AI random forest algorithm. AI random forest algorithm is a machine learning technique which build multiple decision tree and merge them together to get more accurate and stable predictions. Next methodology is passive signal. Passive signal means wireless power communication signal that emitted by reader. RFID reader is electronic device which communicate with RFID tag smart card using radio waves. Next is a smart card. A smart card is a combination of plastic card and tiny microchip that securely stores and process data. AI random forest algorithm. AI random forest algorithm is a machine learning technique which build multiple decision tree and merge them together to get a more accurate and stable prediction. Each tree is trained on random boosted a sample of this data and bootstrapped a combination of the features. And final conclusion is made by majority of regression of averaging. Random forest algorithm benefits high accuracy, combination multiple decision tree to produce more accurate and stable predictions. Reduce overfittings, average result from many trees, prevent overfitting that occurs in single decision tree. Handle large and complex data, work well with high dimension data, large data set, mixed feature and types. Robust noise and outliers. Outliers and noisy data have minimal impact because predictions come from many trees. Feature importance. Automatically identify which feature are most influential to predictions. Work for the both classical and regression. Suitable for diverse that like risk scoring, fraud detections and forecasting. Minimal parameter tuning. Performs well even with default setting, easy to use in production. Support missing values, can handle missing data without heavy pre-processing. Parallel processing, tree can be trained independently, making it faster with multi-core systems. Smart card is my proposed work next generation smart card passive signal optimization using AI is a algorithm. AI is an algorithm that API-based model that describe how passive signal card using a RFID reader can enhance their signal strength through use of AI. We are using AI random forest algorithm with properties accurate decision and stable prediction. According to multiple decision tree, merge them together, which was needed for the smart card passive signal optimization in challengeable environment. Proposed paper smart card passive signal optimization using AI. It's API combination of training phase, prediction phase, and decision phase. Details outlined below. First is training phase. In training phase, our system will collect data like signal strength, read success failure, antenna type, environment. This data will be used to train model for the random forest to learn what setting give the best performance. To collect a smart card interface data to build many decision tree is trained on random forest for the data and features. Second is prediction phase. In prediction phase, a smart card will be near to RFID reader. The RFID reader will be measures in real-time values. These values will be sent to trained AI model which predict the best reader setting combination, such power level, antenna switch frequency according to below step. Input as a weak signal will be give to all trees. Each tree gives a prediction according to input combination. Random forest average the result produce a final output. Decision phase. In decision phase, reader apply the optimized setting according to prediction phase. It will boost the signal strength or improve the detection to weak card in real time, increasing read reliability. Return optimize reader setting to boost the smart card signal automatically. My proposed work algorithm is step first, parameter declaration, class smart card signal, antenna size, coil turns, frequency, reader power. Step 2, to collect input training data. Function build dataset DS, initializations, add like of parameter 3.0, 15, such type of these are the parameters. Next is a step 3 to train AI model, function AI model, function declared model M, random regressors, m.fit.features. Parameter signal passes to the parameter return M. This is a algorithm. Prediction signal strength. Function predict signal M passing of parameter, and a smart card input is a smart card dot antenna size, is card dot coil turns, is card dot frequency, is card dot reader power, signal equal to M power dot predict input. Return signals and returns predict frequency. Function prediction efficiency passing as a parameter signal. Efficiency equal to minimum 100 signal. This is initialization of the parameter. Return the efficiency. And next step is AI based parameter optimization. Function optimize M initial card best card optimization. Initial card best card optimization equal to predict signal passing of parameter as a M initialization card, and antenna size of the parameter like of 2.0 to 5.0. Step 2 for coil turn from, this is a step according to need, it will be called from 10 to 25. Step 2 frequency from 13.0 to 14.0. Step 2 the reader power from 1.0 to 2.0. Step 2 test card, and test card method will be called according to parameter antenna size, coil turns, frequency, reader power. Signal equal to predict signal M dot test card. If signal greater than best signal, then best card optimization equal to signal, best card optimization equal to test card. In my proposed work in training phase, our system will result. We analyze the result outcome with two cases. First problem exists with today. Second solution with secure and encrypted data sync model, which are outlined below. Problem exists with the smart card initial passive signal in ordinary way. Sometimes a smart card work with the initial passive signal equal to 23.11 and efficiency equal to 57.77%, but need need we have to recommended initial passive signal greater than of 25. That is not reliable with the specific condition or a environment. Due to this causes a smart card display monitoring system facing challenges with the ideal detection and monitoring system. Solution with the secure and encrypted data sync with model. Regarding problem, we did implement algorithm a smart card passive signal optimization into API using Java language and AI library integrated with JDK17 version. It is a combination of 3 phases: initialization of parameter, AI predictions and AI optimization stage. Program tested and executed result attached in below. We got significant result after get a weak signal cause may any of like cloudy weather, Wi-Fi, routers, Bluetooth, anything. Using AI according to above table values outlined below. Initial passive signal is 23.11 with an efficiency of 57.7. AI optimized passive signal 28.12 with efficiency is 70.30. Result without of AI we are getting a passive signal is 23, but we have to maintain the 25. This is a worst case. Sometimes due to these cases, sometimes we detect a smart card is okay, sometimes detect we get not, because we are not maintaining minimum strength is 25.11. After implement of AI boostings using of algorithm, random forest algorithm, we get a result is where according to AI 27 point and signal is 70%. Conclusion: the proposed paper will be delivered in effectiveness, reliability of communications and interaction with RFID reader will be smart improved due to the AI random forest algorithm with a smart card optimized passive signal. The system will be ensured. It will be ensured environment is ideal for a smart card detection and display. By using AI random forest algorithm driven, we have addressed these communication issues, enabling dynamic optimization of signal strength and parameter adjustment. It will be achieve optimized signal strength during the time of weak signal detect according to AI automatic process decision. After implement this concept, a smart card and RFID communication will be established ideal time monitoring and display system references. Thank you everyone, all of you.
Okay, thank you so much actually. So yeah, so I think we can take only one question. We can take one question.
Yes.
If anyone has, yeah, please. Because I have a couple of questions, but we're running out of time. So please.
Sir, there are lots of machine learning algorithms, then why you choose only random forest? Because there are lots of.
Yes. Actually, this problem is based on the condition based. Condition based. It means that suppose our signal is getting weak. It means that condition can be a set of a lot. AI is a tree-based model algorithms, where tree it means that set of model. Each model should be trained by according to initialization of data. Suppose that we are getting a set of any problems. Each of model it will be trained. Suppose that any condition. Suppose that we are facing challenges. AI automatic should be such type of the model to call and predict accurate decisions. So I choose the random forest algorithm.
Okay, so very much for this presentation. So I think give a big hand for it.
Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, we can go for the last presentation now. So, second one. Okay, 2 more.
कनेक्ट कर दे.
So this time maybe we will be a little bit, we are running out of time.
प्लीज जल्दी आओ.
So maybe just you start with your little background and then methodology particularly.
Okay.
What methodology you have used? That
मैंने
should
कर
be,
दो
I think.
भैया. या एक मिनट.
What happened?
भाई पढ़ा दो यार.
आपका लैपटॉप नहीं तो ना इसका तो
Okay, so the next paper is like the topic of the paper is comparative life cycle assessment of SDGs versus SSDs, energy efficiency and carbon footprint in data centric workloads. Very interesting should be actually. Okay, please go ahead.
So in this paper, we basically compare the life cycle assessment of HDDs versus SSDs, in which like we basically majorly worked on like how much energy does HDD and SSD use and SSD use, and which would be better in the scenarios and which would be better for the environment. So as objective methodology. Okay.
Yeah.
So the data set like we used were like 1 TB of HDD and 1 TB of SSDs, and observed that usage over the lifespan of 5 years. So in the end, it showed that 70 to 80% of the metals were recyclable in HDDs, but and in SSD it was 40 to 50%. And we used an experimental study reviewed by us by SEOEAL, and we saw that SSDs consume low idle power than HDDs, and SSDs delivered better efficiency than results HDD for read and low intensive tasks, and HDD consume higher and consistent power, while SSD consumption is dependent upon the workload. So basically, like the analysis, we found that the materials used basically in HDD were metals, plastic and magnets. That's why it's more recyclable, but in SSD it's rare metal, so it's not recyclable as compared to HDDs. And the energy consumption, we can see that HDD use 2 to 4 watts per 1 TB HDD, and in data centric workloads there are a lot of them, so energy consumption while using it's higher and as compared to SSDs. So SSDs using around 0.5 to 0.75 watts, so it is less, and the carbon footprint is less in manufacturing in HDDs but higher in manufacturing SSDs. So conclusion, we found that SSDs show lower manufacturing impact but higher use phase energy, and SSDs have higher manufacturing emissions but lower operational energy. And use phase dominates HDD footprints, manufacturing dominates SSD footprints, and SSDs are suitable for active workloads, HDD for archival storage. So like our future work is combining both the goods from the both worlds, like for idle use we would use HDD, and for daily usage and more comprehensive work we would use SSD. So combining both of them like HHSD, and we would improve recycling and end of life modeling. So thank you and bibliography.
Okay, so thank you for this presentation. Does anybody have any questions here? Does anybody have any questions? Actually, I did not understand which tools that you have used. Have you used any tools for analyzing?
Like
you haven't mentioned it.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of a review paper because setting an infrastructure for this would be at a very high cost that we can't afford. currently like we are college students only, and there's no one would support us for the manufacturing for the setup. So we used a research paper, 2, 3 and more than 15 research paper we reviewed, and on basis of that we analyzed, and from many companies like Segregate, Western Digital, we used the data from them and analyze that.
Can you tell us like what kind of tools are available in the market to analyze this life cycle assessment things for this HDD you talked about, this hard disk drive versus solid state device, right?
Yeah.
SSD.
SSD.
It's a very important topic actually, like when we're talking about this carbon footprint thing or the environmental assessment.
Yeah.
It's a really important thing. So do you know like what kind of tools can be used for analyze this?
So in like our domestic usage, like if we are storing photos and all, and that we don't use, like we don't want daily, like we don't see photos and pick up daily, so we could use SSD because it's for idle power. It's using a less, like archival storage as mentioned, it was using a low power, but SSDs are using higher. We should use SSDs when like we need files to watch daily, like in other words I would say, like I'm a college student, first time presented, that's why I'm
okay, thank you so much, no problem. Of course this is the first time you will learn.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think give big hand for him.
Thank you.
So now I think we have the last presenter. Two more.
Go directly, very basic background, and then go directly to the methodology, architecture that you have used.
Just go to the objective.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I would like to tell that now the paper topic is respiratory disease detection through lung sound classification using hybrid deep learning framework. And the presenter is Mr. Harjot Singh. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Harjot Singh. I am pursuing my BTech in Instrumentation and Control Engineering from NIT Jalandhar. Today I will present my research work on early stage detection of pneumonia using deep learning framework and lung sound analysis. So first I will start with a brief overview. First of all, lung sound is there, which we first captured using a capacitive sensor, and then there is a power amplifier which is used for the amplification. Then we have used a low pass filter which helps to filterize. After that, the analog value is converted into a digital value using an Arduino, and then this digital value is used into a MATLAB for further processing and a future extraction, and then this process signal is used in a deep learning model. We have here used a deep learning model, a hybrid deep learning model of RNN and CNN. I will shortly tell about the experimental work. First of all is hardware prototype development. In this first we have used a modified stereoscopic diaphragm, capacitive microphone sensor, signal conditioning circuit, a hardware low pass RC filter which have a cutoff around 1800, and the signal processing experiment, like raw sound signal is converted into a digital, and the digital is converted into a wave format, and then the future extraction is done, and after a future extraction we have a hybrid RNN CNN model. CNN model is basically used for understand the patterns of sound images, and RNN is used for understand how the breathing rate changes over the time, and this is developed and tested using end-to-end via web interface Streamlit, where we upload new audio samples were uploaded via web interface, and the system generates spectrogram and predicted diseases in a real time. So I will shortly tell about the result and comparison. This slide shows about the model accuracy score and accuracy score. First slide tells us about the validation and testing accuracy. The testing accuracy is here 95%, and the validation is about 80 to 85%. And I will tell from this slide that we have tested our model using two different sounds. and then these different sounds have different waveforms and spectrograms, and these were then analyzed, and based on these inputs, model predicted the different outputs. For the first patient, the sound wave shows smooth and regular behavior and patterns, and the spectrogram shows the low frequency components. And based on these inputs, our model predicted this as a healthy. And for the second patient, the waveform is not have a smooth pattern and is not a regular, and the spectrogram shows a high frequency component, and which is related to a pneumonia related disease. So our model successfully classified this as a pneumonia. To conclude our work, our integrating hardware respiratory sound capture with machine learning and deep learning model successfully can be used for the early stage detection of pneumonia and can be used in a low power devices. And one of the main reason that it can be successful is like it doesn't use radiations which can cause cancer and can be accessible in all the areas, in remote areas. Yes, we used a web interface like a Steamlit. And so now we'll discuss about the future work. Large clinical data will help us to give the more accuracy of a model. Portable and battery powered medical device can be used, and another advanced noise techniques can be used, and filtration techniques can be used, which can be incorporated with the real life. And but these have some limitations, as like the data of training and testing contain a data of mixed age group, which can validate the data. Like it can affect the classification accuracy. Another limitation I would say that it only focuses on the lung sound analysis, doesn't analyze the other psychological factors like a temperature. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this presentation. Of course, this is I think you have done the work from the very scratch actually, so that I see the architecture. I have one question actually. So in your confusion matrix, and then also you showed us this training and validation accuracy. Why they are diverging actually? They are not converging. If you go to that one. So if you see the training accuracy and validation accuracy are not converging, what do you say? Is that due to the biased data? What is happening in the validation accuracy?
Sir, this is because we didn't get the same accuracy every time. This is because there are duplicates values. Some maybe there are low sound signals which cannot be easily processed. So these are the reasons.
Okay, thank you so much. So thank you so much. Give a big hand for this. I think with your Apple computer always there is some issues.
Like sound is from a laptop.
Yeah, it's compatibility issues. You should have projector, everything.
No, but like she has to present now. She should be visible. Okay, can you guys see my laptop screen, because I think there is some issue.
Yeah, you can speak. I cannot see, or the audience cannot see anything.
We can see it now, right?
Yep, sounds good.
Good evening, everyone. I am Arushi Gupta.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am Arushi Gupta. I am an undergrad student at NIT London, majoring in Instrumentation Control Engineering. I have Ananya with me. She's a high school student from the States. And together we worked upon the study of deep genomic profiling of HPV strains for oncogenic risk stratification using the hybrid 1D CNN and bi-STM networks. This study sort of took over our research interest, and over to Ananya for the introduction part.
Let's just take over with the intro. The human papillomavirus, also known as HPV, is one of the most prevalent sexually transmitted infections worldwide. And while HPV infections are asymptomatic or present with warts in the genital or oropharyngeal regions, not all strains are benign. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, high-risk strains such as HPV-16 and HPV-18 are oncogenic, and they induce genetic mutations that can progress to head and neck, penile, vaginal, and anal cancers. Globally, the burden is substantial. The World Health Organization reported that in 2019 alone, HPV was responsible for approximately 600,000 cancer cases in women and 70,000 cancer cases in men. Related works include computational research that has successfully applied DNA sequence analysis to classify viral diseases such as COVID-19, HIV and AIDS, influenza, and hepatitis C. Additionally, some studies have used genetic algorithms to synthetically create HPV genomic data. However, these datasets differ significantly in structure and biological behavior, and it limits the transferability of the existing models. And despite HPV's global cancer burden, a critical gap remains. Robust DNA-based classification of specific HPV strains has not been fully explored. Our research aims to address this gap by building on prior computational approaches and applying them directly to HPV genomic sequences to improve strain-level classification and support earlier risk detection. I'll pass it on to Arshina.
This research study involved the use of custom data set that we built from scratch, and this is the workflow of the study, which involves data collection, data pre-processing, which was extensive, and optimization using genetic algorithms, and finally our model architecture, which was the 1D CNN and bi-STM networks with the help of an ADAM optimizer. Now, the dataset ranged over strains which were high risk, low risk, and potential conversion of oncogenic risk. So the data was collected from ethically sourced from NCBI, GenBank, UniProt, and EMBL. So these are various international sites which provide the data. And the dataset consisted of 10K plus sequences. So these sequences are FASTA encoded, so which is protein nucleotide coded ATCG, which is adenosine triphosphate, this cluster. And now after collecting the data pre-processing involved an extensive layer by layer methodology. First was label encoding, whether the strain is coming from the HPV-16 strain or HPV-11 or HPV-6 for that matter. So for a background, HPV-16 and HPV-18 are oncogenic, and HPV-6 and HPV-11 are non-oncogenic or no risk, but they also have the potential to be converted to oncogenic over the time if they have the mutation environments. Now, after the label encoding, we had k-mer decomposition. So k-mer decomposition, what it does is, takes the data and sort of forms the groups of the data so that it is easier for our machine learning algorithms to process it. We had the k equivalence of 3. So if supposedly our string structure involved ATCG, it will only localize to ATC. and it will sort of try to draw the pattern ATC is prevalent in which strain the most, so that it is helpful in reaching the conclusion and the result. And TF and after that, now that we have the localizations, we employed TF-IDF, which is true frequency or inverse frequency. And what it does is it adds the weight to the clusterization which we already achieved. Now adding the weight is like if we are using k equals to 3, it will get us to ATC or ATC or TCG, whatever the sequence is. Now ATC can be common to HPV16 as well, HPV11 as well. To identify that this ATC is coming from HPV16, TF-IDF plays a role in adding the weights. After that, the truncated value decomposition. So this reduces the dimensionality of the data set so that it is easier on the hardware to process it. And then the TSNE. TSNE is basically a method of visual display of the data set, whatever we have. Now, the major issue that we faced in the study was the lack of extensive data sets across the low-risk strains. So HPV16 was extensively available. As you can see in the figure, so there is the purple shows the high-risk strains. So high-risk was available extensively. To overcome that, we sort of went ahead and experimented with a few balancing techniques. So we also tried SMOT, we tried synthetic data set generation for that matter to achieve some low risk data set. But they were not able to have a good output of the model. They were supposedly making the model memorize and not learn. To overcome that, Edison, the synthetic generation sampling method, proved out to be the best for that. And then we employed genetic algorithm. So genetic algorithm, what it does is, it is a part of the BioPython, and it sort of extracts the features out of the data that we have. And it has a few parameters, which is fitness, and then it selects, and then it crossovers and mutates. So what it does is, it passes the data over these layers, and at once it will try to mutate the data set over the mutation frequency that we described. For example, it can be 0.4, it can be 0.6, anywhere from between 0 to 1. And after it mutates, and it also checks sort of cross-validation for the non-mutated data set, whether how it is behaving over the time, after mutation and before mutation. So that was the goal of employing genetic algorithm here. And now finally, after this extensive data pre-processing, the model 1D CNN and BioSTM. The choice of 1D CNN and BioSTM might be the question here, because we first started off trial and error. We were both new to this. This is our first time experimenting. So we started off with 1D CNN. Firstly, we started off with plain vanilla feed-forward neural networks, and then we sort of experimented with 1D CNN and moved forward to 2D CNN and also LSTM. But what this hybrid structure proved out, like 1D CNN, having the hyperparameters, having the dropout rate, and then BioSTM networks, which sort of fed the data from both the sides. So BioSTM, what it does is, it is a part of the RNN, and it feeds the output back to the input. And this sort of gave the repeated results, and this was majorly to eradicate the error, if any. And the training configuration. So this is the optimizer we used was Adam. We had the option for using Adam W and Adam. But Adam W was incompatible with 1D CNN and BioSTM networks. While we were experimenting with the plain vanillas or only the CNN part, we could have used Adam W. That was giving us better results. But the most stable results were with 1D CNN and BioSTM, and then employing the Adam optimizer. As you can see the graph over here. So the graph displays the training versus validation curves. and then the results and discussion. We were able to achieve near to 90% accuracy after a lot of trial and error, after slowing down the learning speeds to logarithmic. The standard is 10 milliseconds, but we slowed down the learning speeds, and we were able to achieve the PR and ROC curves as shown, and the ROC AC values were exceeding 0.95 for all the classes. So the classes here are 3 classes, which is class 1, class 2, class 3. Class 1 is high risk, class 2 is low risk, and class 0 is no risk. And yeah, over to Ananya for the limitations part.
Some of the limitations of this project, one of the main limitations was that obtaining DNA sequences requires actual human tissue samples and wet lab sequencing. This process is costly and time consuming. Another limitation was that we weren't able to actually get an accurate assessment of the region-specific HBV strain prevalence. So we weren't able to create a model that could classify where the HBV strains came from regionally. Also, while the model has a strong computational performance, we haven't actually been able to clinically test this or conduct this. And then lastly, this area remains relatively unexplored, but future work includes building upon the research that we've conducted thus far to continue expanding machine learning frameworks to classify HPV strains.
Thank you very much. That was about our presentation. Now we have questions to take.
Okay, thank you so much. So it's a very good point that you have raised, like a class imbalancing issue. Actually, you mentioned that you had like the purple color data sets a lot, and then few data sets are quite, so that sparse data set and data imbalance. And this is one of the key, I think, thing now. If you have data imbalances, you also mentioned that you use smart mechanisms to solve, but somehow you went later on with this hidden trial and genetic algorithm you used. So have you heard, for example, some other mechanisms like oversampling the data, undersampling the data?
So,
did you try that?
Yes, we did try that actually. The SMTO, which is minority oversampling techniques. So we tried oversampling the low risk classification, and we tried undersampling the high risk strains, but they were giving us straight 90% accuracy. So that signified that the model is not learning, the model is memorizing. And so we went ahead to form the prototype on the Hugging Face cases. So what it has is you can input the strain that whatever you wish to test, and the prototype can tell you whether it is low risk, high risk, or whatever. So the model, after saving it to an H5 file, we were transporting there, and when after the approach of oversampling and undersampling, we sort of went ahead and tested the strains with what we have tried already, the strains that were in the data set. So it was giving vague results. So for example, high risk strain was classified as no risk. So our main goal was not to main goal was to prevent false negatives. So it was like, if the person is carrying cancerous strains, that should not go undiagnosed. But like, if the person is not having cancerous strains, that person can undergo diagnosis. That won't be an harm. So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. I think we can take one more question from the audiences. If anyone have any other questions from the audiences. If not, we conclude and giving you a big hand for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Until next time.
So I think with this presentation,
thank you, Sonia. You can we'll talk.
With this presentation, we conclude our session here. So thank you very much to all of you. Thanks, and have a nice